They are still in there. Let's try one contact.
Push everybody! Open that
Nobody has the power in this country to have, to build, and to diminish your opposition.
election. It's never possible. It's never been done before. I think America is watching this, and I believe the Trump that we have, that we voted in, is watching this. Yes, the war and general.
Hey!
America is watching this, and I believe the Trump that we have, that we voted in, is watching this. Yes, the war and general.
Hey!
Let's go, let's move on.
They won't come down. You should go away. I'm going to try for you.
Are you not party member? Are you not party member before you become governor? You know,
Mr. Bassi.
Just arrange yourself. Arrange yourself.
Yes, sir.
Are you good?
Let's go, sir.
Hey, can you arrange yourself properly?
Let's go,
Well, we are here because our chairman invited us for the inaugural meeting of the brand new NWC after the convention in Oyo, in Ibadan. And as we came, we met some people there. The whole place was barricaded by the police. Our chairman has given explanation. We are not just here to cause trouble, or this is our own place. And some imposters who have been expelled by the convention, which is the highest decision organ of the party, came to cause commotion. And you can see the minister of the FCT coming himself, in person, being backed by the police. We are surprised because at the point when the police allowed us in, our chairman praised them for impartiality. But here we are. We are here to sit in to see what will happen. Our property, we have been tear gas as governors. We have been molested in spite of our immunity in time and whatever that we have as leaders in our own right with our chairman. Well, it is for the nation to gauge the kind of democracy we have, the kind of leadership that we have. I will advise the presidency that it should not keep people who are no longer useful in terms of managing the political space, managing our diversity, creating unity and governance. We don't want to cause trouble to anybody. Yes, we are in the opposition. We should be allowed to survive. The international community should know what we are going through. We are going through hell. Our party is being destroyed by people from inside. And the relevant laws were invoked to get them out. And we are here to inaugurate our leaders. And look at what is happening. So we are not going anywhere, even if they will kill us. Me and my colleague, the governor of Oyo, will oblige our chairman's invitation. Maybe you will hear more from him, but certainly we are cautioning that this thing is getting out of hand. Enough is enough.
Mr. Chairman, please come to the video.
Yes.
Yesterday, we accompanied you to the FCT. When you told the FCT commissioner of police about a possibility of what is happening today, what assurances did you get from the police yesterday?
Well, yesterday, when I had an interface with the commissioner of police of the FCT, I told him that we're privy to an information that people who have been expelled from our party are planning to come to our headquarters to disrupt our activities. And the Commissioner of Police FCT assured me, upon his honor, that they will do whatever is possible to protect us and guarantee us safe passage into our premises.
Now, let us stop there.
Now we are here. Our serving and former governors are here. Our members of National Assembly are here. Our members of Board of Trustees are here. And you've seen how they are now granted access to the Minister of the FCT, a person that has been declared persona non grata in PDP, a person that had been expelled, to come in. They have tear gas us and tear gas even our governors who under the Constitution. So we will be now calling on international community. I want to call on President Trump. What is at stake is not just genocide against Nigerian Christians. He should come and save democracy in Nigeria. Democracy is under threat. I'm calling on all other developed nations, all advanced democracies, come and save Nigeria, come and save democracy. Because I cannot understand how a serving minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria will be leading talks, armed talks, and then with the active connivance and support of the police to come and create mayhem here. I have said it, we are willing to lay down our lives to protect our office, to protect our democracy, to protect our mandate. So Nigerians, you are watching what is happening. International community, you are seeing the threat that Nigerian democracy is. Come and save us. Come and save us.
PDP. Stop! Hello! Don't do that again. Okay? See, like this, we're not fighting here. No more teargas. No more teargas here. I am here as a chief political officer of this party. We are not fighting now. Chief political of this party. What we want for this party is peace. We want peace. But anybody, when no want peace, you go to peace. Yes, the word that's all in this party. Yes. I don't fear anybody at all. I want to stay together for 22 years. Now I am with this party. I stand here to tell you now. I stand here. The best thing for the governors to go do with Wike is to make peace. Yes. All of them need to go make peace now. With him. Because you cannot do any. You cannot do any gathering. You cannot do any. And I know. Governor don't me. Nobody knows me. I expect everyone. This party, nobody can kill this party. At all. Allah is my okay. You understand? But what did I talk? Make them make sure. Peace love for this party. If not like that, I'll go move everybody. When everybody ask me, everybody know me in this town. Say Abdurrahman. Say AMT. In the God meeting. Say Abdurrahman. Visit weekend. And it does say Abdurrahman. Say Abdurrahman. Hold on. Say Abdurrahman. Say some daddy. Say daddy. If they don't want them, they see kacha. Yes. Now me talk out. Yes. I know they talk, but if I talk, everyone is going to hear it. Yes. I'm pushing Jerry for me for this party. Where are they?
ọkọ orí ẹ lọ wọlé owó àárín wọn lọ. laptop mo rí ẹ pàṣẹ. Oh yes, sure. Hello, sir. Yes, sir. Right. Eléyìí wọ́n tún fi protest ọ̀hún wọ́n tún àwọn olólè ti àgáàsì wá sí ìrèlè ìṣẹ́ ìfọ̀nà ọ̀dí kò owó ti bọ̀lẹ̀ ó bọ́lẹ̀ ẹni tó ti wọlé padà wọn ti àgáàsì ó ti bọ̀lẹ̀ báyìí ó wà ní ìlàndídé báyìí ọ̀dọ̀ wọn tẹ̀ ẹ́ tó fẹ́ẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ ọdún wọn kó pa ní ọdún wọn tó wà ní ìgbésẹ̀ test tó wà lẹ́yìn bàtà wọn bàbá òsì bàbá ọ̀nà fún bàbá ló fọ̀ ọ̀hún bàbá fọ̀ náà ìlú ìkọ̀ so bàbá ló fọ̀ àwọn fọ̀ nínú ọdún tó wà lọ́nà wọn náà yóò wà ẹsẹ̀ àyàn fọ́ lójú àlọ́ sí ilé ẹ̀ bá rí ogun fíìmù rẹ̀ ọ̀dọ́ ṣé kí lọ sẹ́ǹtì kò sí ókè ọmọ ìgbà 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 lọ sẹ́ǹtì ìgbà àwọn ìlú tó bí bọ́lẹ̀ wá bọ́lẹ̀ ìfọ̀ ẹ̀jẹ̀ máa fẹ́ nìkan kó máa rẹ́kọ̀tì pẹ̀lú náà no colleague mi máa yọ pàtì máa sẹ́ǹtì ẹ̀ láti ṣèjọba máa kó máa rẹ́kọ̀tì lọ ẹni tó bá tẹ̀lé ẹ̀gbọ́. Mr. Tunde.
Earlier on, we had brought you a story about the crisis rocking the People's Democratic Party.
Established protocols.
So those two eyes, those two people where they watch or where they listen, I fuck with you too, man. I fuck with you. Like, share, and subscribe. So PDP. I have to give it to them, you know. They are still in the headlines. You know, easy. In the Tinubu's era, where every other party or political animal is being muscled to join their party, you know. PDP managed to steal the headline amidst all the shenanigans that is also going on within the country. So, but whether we like it or not, we have to give it to Chief Wike. Him alone put PDP on national headline for at least going 5, 6, 7 years in every way imaginable. Performance, madness, foolishness, stupidity, you just name it. But constantly, you cannot help that these two names have become husband and wife, Wike and PDP. So, I mean, you have to give it to him. That's what today politics is all about. It's all about popularity. So, for him to, at a point, you cannot differentiate between Atiku and PDP. So, if the history of PDP is to be put in black and white today, if you mention PDP, you remember Obasanjo. If you mention PDP, maybe yes, good luck, Jonathan. If you mention PDP, I think the next person in line is Wike. I could be wrong, but I doubt it. Wike for sure, they are among the top 5 most popular PDP person. Card carry member. I think that is debatable. If you in America, if you will say Mount Rushmore, right? If you want to do the Mount Rushmore of PDP as it is in terms of the most popular face in PDP history, Obasanjo, good luck, Jonathan. Wike, you have to put Wike there at this point. Atiku Abubakar. I won't forget that. You know, at least to the Gen Z people, to the younger folks. Now, if you are going to the, if you now factor in a age factor, so the older guys, of course, the history of the men that came and gone, we all came through. Came through PDP, right? Even the likes of Alex Ekweme, Chuba Okadigbo. These are men that to Chief Tony and Nene. Mentioned but a few, there's so many other people too. So, but as far as the last 5 years is concerned, Wike don't dislodge article on that list. Is the number 1 face of PDP now, and that is pretty much at the center of this struggle. So at a point, all these people where they make noise rely on Wike to survive, party-wise. So you now understand where his power is coming from. It's been part and parcel of the party from day one, both through the bad, the good, and the ugly. And you see the party also made Wike to who he is. So in every way you want to look at the shenanigan that is that the PDP is going through right now, you cannot help but to give it to Wike. So that's why I said yesterday, I don't think it's over yet. They cannot expel him. It will be very, I don't know. It's not just, it's just not what they. I'm trying to see, okay, who is even the potential presidential candidate at this point? All these people, they run their mouth from Makinde to Bala Mohammed. I don't think even the Aisha Akimo. The fact that the guy is quiet in a way in terms of being at the front of this faction is something for people to pay attention to. But if they can overcome Wiki and they really want to build PDP back to his glory days, talking about 2028 onward, just getting the ticket give Obi right now. People like me will become will not just they follow PDP. Will be a card carrying member, but not just a card carrying member. We'll go walk. If not to go back to my ward and struggle to be a ward chairman, so be it. So if PDP actually mean business, if they can overcome Wiki, and I said that for a reason, because Wiki now muzzle as it is in PDP. Anyway, let's listen to their new chairman's speech. Very interesting speech, and I don't know what to make of the speech yet, because the angle that the guy, go with his speech, hit a lot of points. But before I give it up, let's go to school together. Let's attend this class together. Then we'll go analyze. What the speech is about from my point of view, and if you are listening, let's get into it and see what you think about the speech. I think I don't know. As I said, I don't know what to make of it. I just started listening to it. Yes.
It gives me exceptional honor.
Anyway, this is the new chairman, Abi. Yes. This is the new chairman that was elected in Ibadan. No, this is not the chairman. This is just a representative from the northern angle of PDP. But his message is very, I don't know, should I say unique, but
and a very rare privilege to be here today in order to pronounce words that will cement stronger the congenial relationship among the diverse people of Nigeria and the continent of Africa, under the platform of our foremost Pan-Africanist and one of our founding fathers in Nigeria, and indeed the leader for the liberation of Africa, His Excellency the late Chief Dr. Benjamin Nnamdi Azikiwe, the Owele of Onitsha, former Governor General of Nigeria and former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The theme for this year's lecture, the power of Pan-African unity, strengthening Nigeria's role in Africa's integration and development, is succinctly the most important thing Nigeria and indeed the continent of Africa.
I think this speech deserves a special section, because go with the message what we are talking about now in terms of PDP. This one is more of was talking about not necessarily Tinubu, but it was focused on Nnamdi Azikiwe, his role and the Nigerian story, and very interesting. But let's go back to PDP war.
Being backed by the police.
We are surprised because at the point when the police allowed us in, our chairman praised them for impartiality.
Are we going to see a Makinde Bala Mohammed ticket? Because this men, I don't understand, because they have the ambition, and if they are going by the spirit of turn by turn, that's why I phrase it there. Makinde as the top of the ticket with Bala Mohammed is vice, you know. But anyway, it's something to have in the back of our mind that it's a possibility.
But here we are. We are here to sit in to see what will happen. Our property, we have been teargas as governors. We have been molested in spite of our immunity and whatever that we have as leaders in our own right with our chairman. Well, it is for the nation to gauge the kind of democracy we have, the kind of leadership that we have. I will advise the presidency that it should not keep people who are no longer useful in terms of managing the political space, managing our diversity, creating unity and governance. We don't want to cause trouble to anybody. Yes, we are in the opposition. We should be allowed to survive. The international community should know what we are going through. We are going through hell. Our party is being destroyed by people from inside. And
So it's simple. It's simple. I don't know what I don't know their problem. So if your party is being destroyed from the inside, so what you call the international community for? What it concern us? God, this man, I like them, Sha.
relevant laws were invoked to get them out. And we are here to inaugurate our leaders and look at what is happening. So we are not going anywhere, even if they will kill us. Me and my colleague will oblige our chairman's invitation. Maybe you will hear more from him, but certainly we are cautioning that this thing is getting out of hand. Enough is enough.
That were private and information that people who have been expelled from our party are planning to come to our headquarters to disrupt our activities. And the Commissioner of Police FCT assured me upon his honor that they will do whatever is possible to protect us and guarantee us safe passage into our premises.
Now, let us stop there.
Now we are here. Our serving and former governors are here. Our members of National Assembly are here. Our members of Board of Trustees are here. And you've seen how they are now granted access to the Minister of the FCT, a person that has been declared persona non grata in PDP, a person that has been expelled, to come in. They have tear gas us and tear gas even our governors who under the Constitution.
I was just told that some of our boys were shot.
So, some of our boys, some of our members who have come here to attend meeting that has been lawfully called have been shot by the police. So we will be now calling on international community. I want to call on President Trump. What is at stake is not just genocide against Nigerian Christians. He should come and save democracy in Nigeria.
Where's Tunanja? Tunanja need to hear this speech. Oh my word. Anybody where they see that Tinubu will lose 2027 is a joke. PDP they call Trump. Holy shit. Wow. This is just funny, man. And the best time to play politics with this for Nigeria. It's just you don't need to put in too much intellectual work, strategy. Nah. ability for you to talk crap counts. Whew, man. It's too early for this shit.
Democracy is under threat. I'm calling on all other developed nations, all advanced democracies, come and save Nigeria, come and save democracy. Because I cannot understand how a serving minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria will be leading talks, armed talks, and then with the active connivance or support of the police to come and create mayhem here. I have said it, we are willing to lay down our lives to protect our office, to protect our democracy, to protect our mandate. So Nigerians, you are watching what is happening. International community, you are seeing the threat that Nigerian democracy is. Come and save us. Come and save us.
It's quite right.
When you told me about the possibility of what is happening to the White Friday,
Listen now. Listen now, let me know information that people who have been expelled from our party are planning to come to our headquarters and stop our activities. And the police assured me upon his honor that they will do whatever is. So our democracy, no be what's it called? No be only Christian. Now Trump now they had to come and save. They don't give them more work. Trump need to come and save democracy. The people wait. People wait. They say, Trump when they say they call you gun blazing. I don't think guns blazing has a place in democracy. But anyway, it still need to come and save it too. So just it's hard to take these people serious. But they're in serious business, you know. Let's hear the other side of the argument where most would have called.
Earlier on, we had brought you a story about the crisis rocking the People's Democratic Party as it's deepened as rival factions loyal to Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde and Federal Capital Territory Minister Nyesom Wike scheduled parallel National Executive Committee meetings at the party's National Secretariat in Abuja for today. Joining us to bring us updates on the scheduled next sessions is Arise correspondent Mary Chinda, who is live in Abuja. Good morning, Mary.
Good morning.
Mary, quickly share with us the status of things. I can see a lot of activities behind you. Can you share with us the status of things right now at the Wadata Plaza in Abuja?
Well, barely 72 hours from the Ibadan convention, we have this seeming showdown here today at the Wadata Plaza, secretariat of the PDP, headquarters of the PDP here in Abuja. You recall that about 3-4 weeks ago, this secretariat was under lock and key, after the secretary of the party, Senator Sam Anyao, had installed the Abdul Rahman Mohammed as the acting national chairman of the party. We're coming back from the Ibadan convention where that said NWC have been dissolved. But today, the new elected chairman of that convention, Tanimu Turaki, had said that they were going to be having their inaugural meeting here. But the secretary of the party, Samuel Anyao, is saying that he is not a permanent secretary, so he cannot just be fired just like that. He is going to finish his tenure, which is supposed to end December 8th. The Anyao camp have gained a hold of the National Secretariat. Notice that 3-4 weeks ago, this secretariat was under lock and key, of course, under the supervision of the same Senator Samuel Anyao. I'm lucky to be joined right now by Senator Samuel Anyao, the man in the eye of the storm. Senator, sir, good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, so I see that as early as 7 a.m., your people had taken over the National Secretariat. So I'm just going to ask you 2 questions. You're holding a BOT meeting at 11, and you're holding a NEC meeting at 2 p.m. What is this all about? I mean, we just had the Ibadan convention on Saturday. Please tell me what this is all about.
Well, first of all, this is our usual meeting. Before every NEC meeting, there will be a BOT meeting. So the BOT will hold first before the NEC. And this is an emergency NEC meeting of 103rd of a party. And on the 14th of November, I wrote to all the security agencies, notifying them or informing them about today's meeting. Since 14th, and they all acknowledged, and they said they're going to send a bill. Our usual practice that each time I go to have NEC meeting, we invite the security because a lot of people come around, so that pickpockets and all that. So it's our usual practice. And the BOT, they are all members, because some of them come from different places. They arrived on time, some came yesterday and all that. And you can see that we have our advert for this announcement for today's meeting have been up and running.
Yes, are you concerned about the fallout of the PDP elective national convention in Ibadan that expelled yourself and a couple of people in the party?
Well, this is laughable because first of all, there's no convention in Ibadan. No convention. What makes a convention? One, as the national secretary of the party in our constitution is very clear. 36E. For every convention, the national secretary will state the affairs of the party if there's any convention. 2, every communication from the convention or NEC meeting is communicated to the members of the party by my office. I was not there. 3, there should be to the 1 day's communication to INEC that are going to hold a convention, and there's no such letter communicated to INEC. And of course, that's why we did see INEC there. Outside the court judgment that says we should not hold. And as a law-abiding organization and party, we are led by the rule of law. So we decided that we shouldn't hold the convention because we have 36 states.
Yeah, but sir, I mean, you know very well that 2-3 weeks before that time, the Damagum-led PDP had mentioned that you were one of those they were suspending at the time.
Well, unfortunately, Damagum is also suspended. He was suspended, and he knows he's actually suspended. And as of now, he's no longer a chairman because he subjected himself to that Christmas carol in Ibadan.
So you call it a Christmas carol. Are you saying to Nigerians, are you insisting that you must serve out your term?
The truth of the matter is that we're elected for 4 years, and our tenure will elapse on the 8th of December. And if by 8th of December there's any convention or whatever, my tenure runs off, I will leave. I'm not a permanent secretary.
Senator, the question now is, who is the chairman of the PDP?
We have the nature above vacuum. We have the acting national chairman, who is formerly the national vice chairman, North Central, Honorable Abraham Mohammed. He is now nominated as the acting national chairman of the party.
So that's very different from Tanimu Turaki SAN, who came up from the convention.
There's no convention. No.
And he has the backing of the governors.
Which governors? Which governors? Which governors? The chairman of the so-called organizing committee of the convention, His Excellency Ahmed Fintri, walked out of the place because there's a court judgment and the INEC was not there.
Senator, what is going to happen when the Tanimu Turaki guys show up here today? That's the PDP that we know.
For what? Why are they showing up? They go to INEC. Is his name in INEC as chairman?
Right.
If he comes here, he's an intruder.
All right, Senator, thank you so much. He's saying that there might be a showdown here today. Nigerians are all, watching. We're getting set to see what happens in the PDP Secretariat today.
Okay, Mary, just before you go, what is the atmosphere like? Because this morning we saw...
This is the atmosphere.
Hey!
That guy now, 100 years. Yeah, now 100 years. police. The guy get one hand. Now, my God, which can? What's with the motivation? Like, oh, sure. Nah, this has to be more than just a party member or being. Nah, hell no. Just no way. And the guy is freaking strong. Like, the guy is strong. His core is fucking strong. He gets strength. Literally, his overall strength is way above average. Listen, I don't trust you. What's that guy?
Oh my God! Oh my God!
The weekend that's the only way now. I'm the cover. Are you the flag? And the grassroots level. And that elite level is called cover. And listen, need to read your vocabulary, okay? Coming to this platform long enough. College level and university level. How much in trouble these guys were? You guys know where I go. You have
Oh my God!
Let's see. I know you have the connect. I need to, because I need to know how much those people are getting paid, man. Because I don't think except because they are fighting for the betterment of the country to get better leaders. So I have to. I'm okay. Let me not ask for too much. I don't think they are asking for, according to the other faction, that democracy is at stake. I don't think these guys are jumping barbed wire to save democracy. Blessed, this is your friends. They're jumping barbed wire because they want to save democracy. Oh no, now that one, if that is if that's what they are, if that's what is at stake, I will need to join them. Wike. At this point, as a Niger Delta person, I'm behind Wiki. You are spending our money enough to keep that party going. You can't just do you anyhow. PDP power. I remember those days. When once they enter power finish, you go turn to PDP, share the money. PDP share the money. And that share the money, they share the money. They share the money out of power, and their life has never been the same again. The invisible hands of Atiku too cannot be over. Should not be just okay. The guy they will press the press button. The Sarakis, the Sarakis should not be taken out of the conversation. But this politics now returned back to not them share. This is a passenger time. It was my PDP too, so this is how it used to be. So they have that experience. Come on. Na federal motor be that. Now they invade private property. That should be a crime. Zotanan. Come this side. I'm going to open the door for you to enter. Gary, one blessing. This is your guy. This is your guy with the fight for cap. At the same time, they fight for entrance. I want to know the motivation behind this kind of thing. The money must be good. But that's the only way. Same men with guns everywhere, and we are still not in military. Yeah. PDP can easily bounce back, easily get to the top, easily beat APC out of power, single-handedly without even need any coalition. If they just give the tickets to Obi, now when young people are still with Obi, then we make sure the young people register as a member of the party as they come in with Obi. And that's it. You guys will be back in power in no time. In no time, PDP will be back in power. Because for me, PDP problem no be that's the problem. Ability for them to have the Nigerian youth on their side. They are not with the party in power, APC. They are not with any party. They are with Obi and Pantami. So whoever can get these people register as a member of the party to dominate the political scene for, you know, will dominate the future pretty much the next 20, 30, 40 years. Any political party that can get the obedience specific and the Pantani's army, because as far as I'm concerned, the Buhari followership is for Pantami to grab. And he has everything, what it takes
Those people who are the
to
enemies of
grab it.
progress.
So let's see who are the enemies of progress and if they deserve Trump.
Democracy. We have decided that this meeting will be postponed till tomorrow. Meanwhile, I want to appreciate our leaders, our governors, members of National Assembly, former governors, former ministers, members of BOT, state chairmen, and indeed members of the immediate past National Working Committee.
Anybody who can get in any political party today, who can get the obedience to register as a member of the party, and the Pantamis, they are no longer Buharis. I don't know. I think they are Pantamis. I'm betting on that. I am willing to be wrong. That the future of the Buharis are Pantamis. And the party that is the party that want to dominate the future politics in Nigeria, let's say from 2031 to at least 2045, 2050, even beyond, has to get this group of people register as a member, not just as a member, make them an integral part of that political party. Forget position first. The party itself, out the position should be dominated from the ward level, local government level to federal level with young people of age 25 to 40. That means inner working committees, the secretaries, the treasurers, the state chairman, the world chairman.
Now, however, due to
give them that sense of responsibility and commitment at that level. By so doing, you are also building, they are growing, they are building their own system.
That this meeting will be postponed till tomorrow. Meanwhile, I want to appreciate our leaders, our governors,
any political party that is ready to do that.
Former governors, former ministers, members of BOT, state chairmen,
then the game is over.
Members of the immediate past National Working Committee, who have also come here to show solidarity.
So if PDP wants to give it a shot,
we in PDP
give Obi ticket.
Peace-loving people.
And one of the conditions is that every obedience, we have to be a card carrying member of PDP. That's it. You've put them to work.
Place. And that is why we have taken all the steps we take to inform the police about the attempt that some people had planned to make.
They tried last 2023 and they gave the chairmanship, the youth chairman, to a 25 years old guy from Kaduna. But I don't think the guy was the guy could know the obedient movement overshadowed the guy.
Police force for standing up to their responsibility.
That obedient movement was a force that the men in power underestimated.
And we will do everything to
But it was a good attempt by PDP to give that young guy that position.
It means
but that wasn't good enough.
That we have to make appeal to international community to come and
APC prioritized women going to 2023 in a way. And it shows, you know, from the better ideals of
there is a serious threat to democracy.
Would I say yesterday?
In this country.
You know,
as soon as democracy
to the Anato Kawa, or what's that name? Minister of Art and Culture.
And I want to say it quite emphatically that if it means that we lay down our lives for democracy to strive and survive in Nigeria, we are prepared to do that. So I want to thank you, members of the press, in spite of the tear gas, that these other elements, because this is not police tear gas. I don't know
elements.
who this tear gas, and they are spraying it on us. But that has not and will never deter us. It has not deterred us, and it will not deter us. So I want to thank you so very much for your support and cooperation, and I want to assure you that we have taken over our office and will continue to give leadership and direction to this party from our national headquarters, which is the Wadata Plaza. Thank you very much. God bless.
The APC really, PDP really won't come back to life. They have to do the needful.
I don't know you. You want to
No, nothing is going on. Oh, blessed. Are you just the? Now because everybody get camera now, everything is live, right? Everything is streamed live. That's the Orwellian world we are living in today. I make everybody the alarm. Nothing that is happening now we know they happened before. Those who this is what Obasanjo era pretty much is about. This is typical PDP. I don't understand why. This is PDP. No matter, this is like literally PDP. Even when they dominate power. For the 16 years they were in power, this is it. That's so that they do themselves. PDP has never actually fight any other party like you know in this manner. No, in terms of opposition, no. They don't now within themselves. They have violence now within inter-party. So, and now because the party for that 16 years in power, they actually empower a lot of people. When I mean a lot of people within themselves, all these political guys we are seeing today, from pretty much everywhere, from local government to federal level, Now only few people, less than 20%, now then no be PDP. We no graduate for the school of PDP. Only the president, the current president, and few people around him. So, blessed. This is not. Don't be alarmed. Don't be alarmed. Just easy. On this particular one, this is normal for PDP. na power. They are heavy. Na big weak. You know. Now control that they fight for. If you remember, Wike too was giving Buhari hot pepper for control. So now control with this too. Now that same fight, see they continue. There's still that divide. That divide that Wike highlighted. So during 2023 election, that's what is now the continuation of it. That so who is going to control the party, right? So everybody they pull fringe because the party, the ticket is not is up for grab at this point. They never decide where the party, the zoning, the ticket will go. So that's the fight that is going on. And the fight where they go on with that, where the party will go, nine that the nine that they fight for. So of course, the position, literally the position where Atiku was in 2023, that Wike was fighting against, that the ticket had to zone to the south, you know. And when he lose out, you go head on that the party chairman has to be zoned to a different place. That was because the party chairman was under the influence of Atiku. So now the same thing in the Apple now. Wike wants to produce the party chairman, wants to influence who the party chairman is, by so doing, dictate who becomes the presidential flag bearer. You understand? So he wants to even dictate who, not even where the ticket should go. And as far as I'm concerned, no rule out. He's also aiming for that ticket too. So, because it's also very important going forward, not even 2027 now, because they know they are not in position to win in 2027. That's it. There is a known, they know themselves. They know themselves that they know if you win the election. But how they finish 2027 is also important because 2028, again, will be wide open. Wide open for new candidates and any whoever organized the most will win 2031. So it's that's the openness I'm talking about. So this skirmish, this fight, is to position themselves, Wiki and the Bala Mohammed, the Makinde and the rest of them, in order for them to have a shot at the federal level, either to be president, to be vice president, to be whatever, just to be in a situation whereby it produce power. So that's what is happening. So blessed, it's not necessarily about what's happening, what did they want now, 2027. I think you and Wiki mess the party. Well, it depends on where you stand. You understand? It depends on where you stand. You understand? Because they built the party financially at various points. When we can never get money, now Atiku, people like Atiku, they when we can come of age financially, they begin spending money to make sure the party stays. But of course, they are spending that money for a reason, and now that reason won't clash, which is where you are seeing it from. Now then mess the party up. But if you follow the party history, you understand why Wiki was doing what he's doing. But if you also understand the nature of politics, you will also understand why Atiku is doing what he's doing. So, in a way, they are not out of place. The party is, as I said, the party is going through what I would say overproduction of the elite. There are too many people that the party has enriched over the years, right? So those individuals now are seeking for positions, and the positions are few. Now, only one person will be president. And in order for you to be that person, you have to be able to have a say who becomes the party chairman, who becomes the party secretary, who becomes so there's a lot of power play before you even have a chance. So Wike has able to work his way by the political position he held, by via the money that he is able to amass. So and time, through cock and bull, through he was able to work his way to a point that he can say, I want to I'm going for the presidential ticket, and everybody will take him serious. It's not easy. If you lost that privilege, if you lost that position, it's finished. Just think about his brothers, those that came before him. Odili too was at the point. It was this ambition too that Wike gets in his own time, but just that the forces against him was equally great or greater with the Obasanjo era. Let's say I stand neutral. Wike stood for the party when they lost the 2015 election. I get it. That Atiku spent money on the party, but Atiku was not 100% loyal to the party after the VP tenure ended. Yes. That's why I said you are spot on. Totally you agree with you see my point in terms of what Wike did. In terms of so Wike he spent that money, right? Yes, to build a party, but for his own self-interest, which is human, which is normal. So that's why you got to understand that. Article 1 too. That's why I say if you understand the nature of the game, right? That no position is bet right, no position is given. Every position is up for grab. The no position is meant for anybody. Regarding, it doesn't matter how much you spend or how much you no spend, right? I should days your blessing. If you go join PDP, if you go join PDP today, if you understand the inner working step, you have the money, and you have the necessary personnel, you take over the party within 6 months. It's up for grab. That's a political party are private institution, they're private business entities. So it's up for grab for anybody. It's pretty much it's just an instrument in which you grab power, you make laws and object laws and other good stuff. So that's why I said you also have to. That's where you need to see Atiku from. Atiku just in my fuck it. And if you beat me, come beat me. So it's not out of play. But again, a neutral person like you we also want to lean towards the gentleman agreement, which says turn by turn within themselves. But again, not them be that. That's a law that is made by them. And now only them if you break them and then them the consequences, which is what Atiku has been standing on. So it's a messy, it's a zero-sum game. Like Bob Marley will classify it as a rat race. It's how low you can go, how dirty you can play, how survival of the fittest too. So at a point, Odile was this ambitious too, but the opposition was pretty much as equally more ambitious than which is Obasanjo. And it was that fight between Odile and Obasanjo that actually brought Goodluck Jonathan to national politics and prominence, and the rest is history. Amechi did the same thing. Amechi just fall out. Now yesterday the guy fall out. Right? Amechi was equally ambitious. Amechi give his brother up, Goodluck Jonathan, for his own personal ambition, right? He was ready to go jump PDP, go against Goodluck Jonathan and his wife, and side with the other side of the cabal. You know, and it was as this crazy too as a minister of transportation, if you remember. Very ambitious. He's ready to do anything. They give her a title, ready to do anything to please the Buhari cabal. So they then give manner of the aura. But again, within the party, the opposition that he went against Narok, which is a Tinubu. Tinubu is ruthless. Tinubu is like Obasanjo. They are now ruthless. It's just that Obasanjo was acting like Wiki, you know, in a more presidential way. That's what they do. You know, they talk anyhow too. Why Buhari take that side of Buhari? Like Tinubu take the side of Buhari. You know, calm, quiet, gentle, but ruthless as Obasanjo. So what Amechi went against within the party was just too much. So the guy crushed her and make sure he no see the light of day again. And the guy is still struggling. So Wike understand what he's doing. He knows that. I mean, what does it have to lose? Just become a governor and just go sit down. No, you got to give it a shot, especially if you are coming from River State. There's money. So there's no, if you have access to that kind of money that as a governor have access to, as a River State governor, or Delta State governor, or Akwa Ibom governor, the sky is your limit, politically speaking. So that's what Wike is doing. Wike is just say, well, I ain't got nothing to lose. If I play gentle, they will see those who play gentle, how far. Ameti was the lawyer of them all. He took his loyalty to another level, but where is it today? So Wike is able to get to that point that at any point he have a say and everybody will listen. So he does now. Power is a power you don't want to give up on. If you give up that power, you no go get respect from the APC. APC people they respect him today because he still have a huge influence over PDP. So if he no get influence over PDP again, who go respect him for APC? On what ground would they expect him? So he no get choice. He has come this far. He rather die there, politically speaking. We can no get choice. If he lose this battle to that faction in PDP, his end was the end can be predicted. His end will be predictable. Because how is he going to build a constituency? He has the money, but how? So it's just like Konkozo in Kano. Konkozo in Kano is his own problem. Is pretty much the same problem where Wike won't face. So his leverage is very fragile in Kano. Not just the governor and the king now him being leveraged now, and those are very vulnerable position compared to, in comparison with his own primary ambition, which is to become the president of the country. So is at the point whereby he is either fall from where he's standing right now, and that will be the end, or he gain a step forward by being the number one power broker in Kano. But it's finally difficult to be that guy because the forces of APC, which he has nothing to do with, are very strong and not ready to yield ground, and rightly so. So if you take if Ganguje surrender to Ram, is the leadership of Kano APC to Ram, he's finished himself. So they had these two people are fighting for are fighting for their political future. So any Konkozo is very calculative, and that because the position when he gets right, he has the governance structure under his control. He has the royal institution under his control, but he doesn't have the political structure under his control. Bam, that's the problem. So in order for Kano, in order for Konkozo to stand a chance in having a voice at the center, APC center, he has to be in control of the party. Because if you go into 2027 with just NNPP, even if you win, it's going nowhere. Because by that time, the gang, the formation of the cabal that will take the presidency on 2031 has already been formed. He cannot grow NNPP beyond Kano. They no go allow him. So Wike is fighting for his life, politically speaking. So you can understand where those men, they are doing whatever how they are doing. If we fail in having a say how the party should go in terms of who becomes the party chairman, who becomes the presidential candidate, if we don't have a say in that, it's done. They will just they use him as they want, and I don't think he wants to be in that position. So anyway, let's listen to Uncle Ahmed.
There's information that one part of the PDP, the People's Democratic Party, appears to have successfully concluded a national convention involving a huge number of states, chapters, and a lot of the influential members of the party, including governors. Ordinarily, this would be cheery news, particularly for those who monitor the health of our democratic system. The existence of an opposition party, a very strong opposition party, is very, very important for the health of our democracy. I want to talk about the PDP's convention first, and then I would like to raise two other issues that are also important to the manner in which our democratic processes and systems are evolving. First, the PDP. We could say hallelujah at this stage that at least a faction or a group of PDP people were able to go to Oyo State, gather that number of delegates and hold a convention in the middle of some massive quarrel over the impact of the judicial process on the way political parties operate. So, are we out of the woods yet? At this stage, I think we shouldn't rush into judgment. Almost certainly, the ruling party, which has leaned very heavily on the PDP, literally pauperized it, weakened it, is not likely to just simply clap and cheer what had happened in Oyo State and walk away. So we should expect that the APC is going to continue to lay ambushes and to make attempts to weaken the PDP. How the people who went to Oyo State, they elected a national chairman and other officers of the PD, how they react will depend substantially on the degree to which Nigerians support the existence of an opposition party or opposition as a whole, their own commitment to what the PDP is or what remains of the PDP, as well as, and this is the second point today, as well as the degree to which the judiciary imposes upon itself the discipline and the responsibility to make sure that it is not used as a tool for short-term political gains by politicians. I say this with all sensitivity and respect for the judiciary. Ordinarily, Nigerians should respect the judiciary enough to say, please, you are a public institution, you're central to the manner in which everything in this country operates or doesn't operate. When it comes to the democratic process, which is one of the most sensitive areas where the judiciary has a massive say, it is important that the judiciary operates with the highest levels of integrity and competence. The judiciary must not let itself be used or continue to be used, if it is being used, by politicians. The judiciary alone can destroy the democratic process to the degree that it lends itself to those people who can compromise it, corrupt it, or buy it. This is very important. So in the next few weeks, Nigerians should watch and see what the judiciary says in the almost certain possibility that someone somewhere within the PDP will go to court to say what happened in Oyo State is illegal, and the election should be nullified, the convention should be ignored, and INEC should not even recognize those who are elected. Now, this is very important. You cannot impose on the judiciary a judgment or a decision that it has not even dealt with. But we have enough evidence on the ground to expect that the judiciary will be challenged to interpret what had happened in Oyo State and to make its position very clear. We can see already that there are pending cases. This convention in Oyo State took place in the context of conflicting judgments. So we want to wait and see.
As I said, it's just getting spicier. But it's sad, That's what they go fight themselves for. There's no time to even mobilize because the period of organize for 2027 is over. It's now the period of mobilizing. Who have the more resources to mobilize people? Who have more resources to bring people to the polls? However you want to do it. Or who have more resources to deprive people from participating? Because that's another thing we don't talk about enough. Voter apartheid is not natural. It's engineered by the same political actors. So who has more resources to create fear enough for people not to come out and participate the way they ought to? Who has the financial power to involve those who are specialists of what? Public persuasion, who are not force, the elite who don't use force but persuasive. The journalists, that's where the media comes into play. Can you constantly project a narrative that will instill fear in people on daily basis? Easy. Can you, if you only focus people's attention on tribalism, the religious crisis, hate, that's annihilate a lot of people to say, no, fuck this shit. I know they even go in there. So it's two-way, not just people who have the ability to mobilize people to come out and vote. You also have the ability to disfranchise people. And that's where I always tell you cannot out-mobilize those in power. They have what? Monopoly of not just resources. They can print money as a damn fit, but at the same time, they have the guns in their hands too. They can unleash the military and they unleash the police on you, and you ain't got shit. So it's unfortunate that the party we engage in this is no time to even mobilize. Okay, the obedience are bossed to a corner. You know, they're not stopping them from participating, but they will allow them to fully hit the mood of mobilizing by the 11th hour. So by the time Obi will come out, okay, my party when war on PD, it's almost too late. You know, already Tinubu don't appoint pretty much everybody. Every local government gets somebody who is directly employed by the federal government. That's the structure that this government is going to use to mobilize people on 2027. It's not rocket science. It's as simple as that. That's the way they work.
Development there from
So
you, Femi. We hope you are safe. Please stay safe as we move on to other stories. Meanwhile, as the Wike and Turaki factions battle for the soul of the party in Abuja, more members are busy leaving the PDP across the major states in the country. The latest movement is the Kogi State former Governor Idris Wada and other.
So you see all the popularity. That's why at times when people they focus more on these people as individual, their personality, they insult them. You are doing them a favor. You're making them more popular. That's why when Wike and the Yerima guy happened, I say, you guys are foiling. This is what Wike wants. This is why Wike is Wike. Wike has the resource. He understands the media of today so well that he has invested a lot. That's why anytime anything happens, when you go call press conference and you see nothing less than 50 media a day. It takes a lot of resources to do that. That's power. That's how it manipulates you, control. That's why you stay relevant as a politician. It's a game of popularity. So the media direct the Nigerian people attention to Yahya Bello for what? For 3 months, 6 months, or still going? You see that notoriety, right? Because there are some people, the countries were split in two, or the Kogi people were split in two. There are people who are supporting him because they hate the power, the government in power, because the government power self na thief, na corruption, na money is still so you split the people into two. Now, how do you that's enough for you to bring to the party, and they will forgive you whatever they are accusing you of. So when Monday Paulo will say, I will give Tinubu 3.5 million, people already say, he's stupid, I don't know what, right? And that becomes a conversation. Right? But because the way people they insult him personally, there we give a lot of people push some people to the other side of the aisle. Say, who are you self to insult it? So again, from 3.5 million, you are sure of giving him even at the 500,000. It's still a win-win. The most important thing is you get the majority on your side. So now, by the time the campaign starts, when you begin to see people like Yahya Bello leading campaign, Opaolo from their various states, already people are interested. Not because they want to see, they are trying to be persuaded by what they are going to say. No. On the Opaolo side, they want to say how the guy go take mess up, how he go take fuck up. In other words, you dominate the conversation again for at least for another couple of days or week. So by the time election come, you scare the people where they see grammar, so way too sabi. You scare them away from poll. You bring in people who are low information voters who are not bombarded with information like this. But the few information we then get, that they always hear about Okweholo, that they always hear about Bello. Because now those kind of information, that's when I display reach them pass. So they go with the image they are seeing and the people they know. That's why popularity is the name of the game. So you see how propaganda they work? That they separate people who they will allow to participate and who they will fear. So people will understand say your power will not sabi speak English or Bello are thief, are urban dwellers. And most of the urban dwellers don't vote. Kuchup.
There's information.
Kuchup. Pop. So where do we go? We'll watch some drama. Drama Queen and Drama Kings.
President Bola Tinubu on Monday charged Nigerian judges to ensure justice is not for the highest bidder. He also tasked the justices to do all within their power to stop corruption in the judicial arm of government. The president, who gave this charge while declaring open the 2025 All Nigerian Judges Conference in Abuja, declared that the bench must never be called a sanctuary for compromise. Tinubu noted that the strength and honor of the judiciary lie in proper and unequivocal interpretation of the Constitution, saying the public perception of the bench should be of utmost concern, particularly in protecting the nation's democracy. Joining us on this show this morning to take a look at his president's speech at the All Nigerian Judges Conference in Abuja, and if the judiciary under his government has done a good job in upholding the law, is Dr. Monday Ubani, a senior advocate of Nigeria. Good morning, Dr. Ubani, and thank you for joining us on the morning show.
Yeah, good morning, Dr. Abati Hosseini.
Morning, sir.
Good morning,
Thank you for
sir.
having me.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Well, Dr. Ubani, we started with this subject this morning, and I made the point that, well, the president struck all the right notes, and it calls for collective responsibility. But politicians are part of the problem. The executive arm of government is part of the problem, not ensuring proper separation of powers. Lawyers are part of the problem. I said, well, I don't know who they are, but we know that they know themselves. the lawyers who compromise judges, who forum shop, who, you know, abuse court processes. Maybe you know some of them, you know, so that you can name some of them. You know, we're in the business of transparency. And that also, some of the judges, even if you pay them 1 trillion naira, the issue is about contentment, about greed. After all, this Tinubu administration has tried to improve on the welfare of the judiciary, even if members of JUSCOM, the junior workers within the judiciary, are still protesting that they are not well taken care of. Just your own review of what the president said and what you think needs to be done going forward. Otherwise, it will just be just saying the right things and nothing may come out of it.
Thank you very much. You know, as you rightly pointed out, the right statements were made by the president, identifying the problems within the judicial sector, issue of delay in administration of justice, and then I think he mentioned the issue of digitization of the entire process, and then transparency, and also issue of confidence, you know, that judiciary is not only for the lawyers and judges. It's about the people, and the people must have confidence on the judicial sector. You know, these are right statements, you know, that the president has made, you know, and so one of the things, you know, that actually struck me is making right statement, unwavering commitment, and then good intent, and identifying the problems, you know. So I must give him kudos for those correct statements, but there were no specifics. Issue of measurable targets, timelines, and then issue of budgetary allocation to realize most of those things that are set out, you know, maybe the thing you can say is missing, but then you must also give it to this government that there are some good intentions they have expressed when they came in by ensuring that the salaries and allowances of judges were reviewed. And judges today cannot be said to be the worst in the world, you know, in terms of salary and allowances. They did. You know, immediately they came in and they went about it, and then there was a bill enacted and signed where the salaries of judges were really increased and improved upon. That is kudos. So this is the kind of thing I will want the president to do with regards to other issues that he mentioned, because there must be timeline, there must be measurable target. How do we eliminate the issue of using longhand to write within the judicial sector? We need to eliminate that. How do we deal with the issue of delay in administration of justice? There's a country we can learn from, Singapore. When a president was appointed at land, he saw a backlog of cases in the judicial sector in Singapore. What he did was the issue of appointment to justices were thrown open to lawyers who may be willing to come into the sector in order to clear the backlog. They did it in their country. Those who were willing to retain themselves in the judiciary were allowed to. Want to go back to their legal practice, we're allowed to go, you know, so there must be a concerted effort, you know, that is timed, you know, to sort out problems. We have issue of delay, and it's a very big problem in the judicial sector. several cases in the Court of Appeal, 2022, 2017, 2018, that are still lingering, no definite date. I mean, justice delayed is justice denied. So what do we do in order to tackle the issue of delay in administration of justice, which is one of the major problems in administration of justice, and the Supreme Court has tried with the new CJN, trying to ensure that there is orderliness now in the dates of those who have filed earlier on and all that. They are trying to clear the backlog. But at the Court of Appeal level, we are still having issue. We are still having very big issue. So issue of delay is one of the things that the president pointed out, and I think that efforts should be made in order to give a timeline and measurable target towards that.
Okay. Thank you very much. Two questions very quickly, Dr. Obani. The first one is around judicial welfare and the extent of judicial welfare that it crosses the line of corruption or at least, influencing judges. I know that the NBA has had a position on this with regards to certain political leaders, governors, ministers, building houses, giving cars to judges. What's on this? Should this be encouraged as part of a way to ensure that judges are well looked after, or should it be discouraged as it could be seen as, in some instances, having the power to influence certain judges? Then beyond that, the president talks about the modernization of our system, and he looked at, introducing digitalization, technology. First is that, are the judges ready and able to embrace this, and to what extent would they help the judicial process in Nigeria?
There is no way you can talk about a judicial sector that is functional without issue of addressing their welfare. It's very, very important, and that was what the government did, the present government at the national level when they came in. They addressed it, and today I'm sure the judges are all, they are happier for it, because for over 10 or 20 years there was no review of their salaries and allowances. So that is very critical. Now, I know the question you are asking is the issue of the executive being the one providing some of the welfare package, to the justices. I've said it earlier on that, look, we must insist on the independence, both financial and administrative, of our judicial sector. I am not too comfortable with governors giving judges cars and houses. It's not as if those things are bad. I would rather want a situation where the justice sector will be the one to determine their priorities. Okay, if they want cars, they can buy cars. They need cars. They need good houses. They need improvement in their allowances and salaries. But let it be decided at the justice sector, at the judicial sector, not the governors doing it for them. Because that money they're using is the money that's supposed to have been given to the judiciary to determine their priorities. I've always said it. Because who pays the piper that takes it to? When these governors do these things, they feel that it is done as they're doing them a favor. And then they will want a reciprocal, maybe bowing down to them and treating them, fairly when things like that concerns the government comes before the judiciary. So it's important we separate that and allow the judiciary to be the one to determine their priorities. I've insisted it, and many, stakeholders have also said the same thing. But the governors are very happy, doing it. Well, I don't know until we stop it. I mean, we resist it. But I don't make little of those welfare packages. It's very, very important that our judges are comfortable. In fact, there is no particular institution that has a responsibility that is that kind, likely they look like God. Making pronouncement on the individuals, pronouncing either guilty or innocent. It's only the judiciary that has such power that can be exercised, that God himself exercises. So such people are very specific, very unique. You don't treat them anyhow. You must ensure that their comfort is really guaranteed, and so that they can dispense justice. And as the president said, justice is not something we can purchase. It's not a commodity that should be sold. So it's important we treat them well, make sure that they're very comfortable, and they do their duty in the interest of the nation. Yes, Rufai, go ahead.
Good to see you, sir. See, at a point growing up in this country, if you saw a judge, it's like Christmas Day. But today in Nigeria, justices of
We begin tonight with a political story which demands of the rest of us that we pause and take a breath and acknowledge how even the tightest grip on power can slip and the fate of even the once largest party in Africa change. That, in simple terms, is what's happened to the People's Democratic Party, or PDP, which has undergone a remarkable change in fortune since 2015. It's a moment to ask where a party that once inspired tens of millions of Nigerians with such a surge in hope just over a decade ago is heading now. A party that came into its own in 1999, a watershed year in Nigeria's political and democratic history, but now exists in a fractured world it created for itself against a backdrop of what's happening in the larger socio-political realm in this country. Whatever happened to those once strong and frequently watered roots that produced 3 presidents in rapid succession? Well, as of now, there is an unusual amount of complexity and uncertainty surrounding the PDP following its national convention at the weekend in Ibadan, where new officers were elected and prominent figures, including Nyesom Wike, Ayo Fayose, and Sam Anyanwu, were expelled for anti-party activities and for fostering disunity. So is it now wolf in sheep or sheep in wolf with the PDP? And who's the wolf? Was expelling the likes of Nyesom Wike, as enticing a prospect as it may seem given his brazen anti-party activities, an illogical, exaggerated decision that will end up further destabilizing the PDP? Or could it mark a new beginning, allowing the party to regroup and refocus on its core values and goals, sending a strong disciplinary message to the party faithful that anti-party activities will not be tolerated, and to the public that the PDP is taking a bold step towards reform and accountability? Well, for all of this, I'm joined now in the studio by the PDP's National Vice Chairman, South-South, Emmanuel Ogidi. Thank you very much indeed for coming in.
Thank you, Charles. How are you?
I'm very well, and you?
Good, I'm cool.
Yeah, nice to have you here. You're just coming hot off a plane, literally, from the convention in Ibadan. So we appreciate your coming in to talk to us. But let me ask you this. This new leadership of the PDP that was elected at the disputed convention could well end up being an interim leadership, couldn't it? So would it be fair for us to call it the de facto leadership of the PDP?
Yes, de facto, yeah. We are the leaders.
Well, when I mean de facto means that you're there, but you don't have the legal instruments to be there just yet.
No, well, okay. What do you mean by legal instruments that you're just there?
Well, I mean, they could go to court and you'll be tossed out tomorrow.
No.
There could be further disputes.
We fulfill. Look, you see, many of us don't understand how we operate in PDP. That's the reason. You see, the convention is that last stage. There are processes before the convention, and we fulfilled all of them. Recall that in our 102 NEC meeting, where we said that all communication to INEC had been done. And INEC received acknowledged it.
Right.
We even have a CTC of it. That means that we have followed the law. We have communicated. Then INEC did not say anything. The next thing we heard was that the then secretary, or the expelled secretary, said his signature was forged. How could it have been forged? Because we're all present when you signed. But anyway, we understood all of those things. Those were the minds I said were on the field, which we needed to clear before getting to convention. And God has helped us. That's the truth. When Saturday came, yes, some of us were still apprehensive. Recall that the dissidents have been announcing paid advert, they've stopped convention. Who are you to stop convention, for God's sake, when the process had been fulfilled? But we know that there are always enemies of progress. Charles, let me tell you something. PDP, as we are today, we are fighting for the soul of democracy. Government of the people, for the people. What APC has thoroughly infiltrated us. But I have to give it to them. They're very effective. You have to give it to them. They're very effective. But we are resilient. We said, no, we cannot allow this happen. And that's what we did. And you needed to be there. I'm sure you saw it on TV. I was even amazed myself, considering all the counter announcements and so on.
But that is just one stage, one stop in a very long road, because in the immediate term, I understand that the factional leadership led by Mao Ohuabunwa and I understand Sam Anyanwu are planning to hold a meeting at your headquarters tomorrow, Tuesday, but that the new leadership led by Kabiru Turaki has gone to the police to say that come rain or shine, he will hold a NEC meeting at the Plaza tomorrow. So it looks like there's going to be something of a clash there, doesn't it?
No. You see, you know, what that group is doing is sad. And I'll tell you this, if you take any medication that's expired, it will have very terrible effect on you.
Yeah, but the important thing is that it's weakening the PDP, and that's what the ruling party would like to see.
That's
they
what,
want to weaken you as the opposition, and nobody can blame them.
No,
for
and
that.
that's what you think. If you know the decisions we took on that Saturday, and then the rest of our strong base, it's a grassroots. It's People's Democratic Party. Our strong base, we said, finally, you could take the decision.
Right, but
we took it.
Yeah. Well, let me. I'm going to come to that base in a moment, because there are very big questions that are swirling around them.
All right.
But let me ask you this, as somebody who has been a loyal member of the party, and you are in the, let me put it this way, commanding heights of the leadership of the PDP. I mean, you're the national vice chairman of the South-South region, which is a very important region to the PDP.
Yeah.
How big a cathartic, purgative, perhaps even purifying moment is this for the PDP?
It's big, really. And you know when you have this stomach issue.
That's why I use the question of
yes, I know, that's why I'm happy you used it. We have been purged. That's why you can see me, I'm renewed. I'm getting old, you know, but I've been revived. I was worried. You know, we're not sure we'll be able to take that decision on that day. Yes, because we're part of it. We were this backward, forward, look, let's do it. Some say no. We said, no, let's just do it for the sake of saving democracy, for our teeming population. And when it was announced, you can see the reaction. But do you know I'm not smiling? You know, in the Bible, we're advised not to rejoice in the downfall of somebody. That's why I'm restraining myself. If not, I will have been jubilated. I will have been put. You see, when they were trying to put part, I said, please don't do it over.
You don't want to look too pretty and too happy.
The truth of the matter is that that bone that's stuck there has been removed without a surgery. Initially, we thought that there was going to be, we're going to, how do you say it, anesthesia, and then you not do that major surgery. It turned out not to be a major surgery. God just allowed it to just come out like that.
Yeah, but
the bone just came out.
But this is also putting the PDP at a crossroads, isn't it? With questions about where the party heads now. Many analysts see a difficult road ahead with a slew of pending court cases, a convention that's not ratified by INEC, and the expulsion of some really big wigs from the party like Nyesom Wike, people who are known to be brawlers. I mean, are you expecting lots of political and legal drama to come? Because, I mean, let's face it, Nyesom Wike, Sam Anyanwu, and others that you've expelled, they're not going to go away without a fight, are they? I mean, it sounds like you're entering the lion's den.
Governors have been leaving. Prominent people have been leaving. And we're still standing
But they
strong.
left on their own. You didn't chase them out. You didn't expel them. It's a completely different kettle of fish.
Yes.
When you expel
In the case
someone
of this,
or attempt to do that.
if there's no discipline, then there will be chaos in any family. That's how it is. Before this time, we warned them severally. Charles, we warned them. We tolerated them. See, there's no doubt that Wike did things for the party, yes. But it gets to a stage where, look, the Bible is very clear. Do not let your good be evil spoken of. That's what has happened. All these things were
privy to an information that people who have been expelled from our party are planning to come to our headquarters to disrupt our activities. And the Commissioner of Police, FCT, assured me, upon his honor, that they will do whatever is possible to protect us and guarantee us safe passage into our premises.
Now, let us stop there.
Now, we are here. Our serving and former governors are here. Our members of National Assembly are here. Our members of Board of Trustees are here. And you've seen how they are now granted access to the Minister of the FCT, a person that has been declared persona non grata in PDP, a person that has been expelled, to come in. They have tear gas us and tear gas even our governors who under the Constitution. I was just told that some of our boys were shot. No, some of our boys, some of our members who have come here to attend meeting that has been lawfully called have been shot by the police. So we will be now calling on international community. I want to call on President Trump. What is at stake is not just genocide against Nigerian Christians. He should come and save democracy in Nigeria. Democracy is under threat. I'm calling on all other developed nations, all advanced democracies, come and save Nigeria, come and save democracy. Because I cannot understand how a serving minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria will be leading talks, armed talks, and then with the active connivance or support of the police to come and create mayhem here. I have said it, we are willing to lay down our lives to protect our office, to protect our democracy, to protect our mandate. So now,
why are you calling Trump?
are watching what is happening. International community,
You are ready to lay down your life. Why are you
Nigerian
calling Trump?
democracy is. Come and save us. Come and save us.
That shit don't matter, man.
We cannot afford us for foreign powers. We must grow our economy and reward merit. Clear relationship among the diverse people of Nigeria and the continent of Africa, under the platform of our foremost Pan-Africanist and one of our founding fathers in Nigeria, and indeed the leader for the liberation of Africa, His Excellency the late Chief Dr. Benjamin Nnamdi Azikiwe, the Owelo of Onitsha, former Governor General of Nigeria and former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The theme for this year's lecture, the power of Pan-African unity, strengthening Nigeria's role in Africa's integration and development, is succinctly the most important thing Nigeria, and indeed the continent of Africa, needs today, buoyed by the turbulent, ethnocentric and religiously sentimentalized, delicate era of our contemporary political views. Certainly, this is repugnant to the ideals and expectations of the founding fathers of Nigeria. I believe if they are alive today, 65 years after the independence of Nigeria, politics of sentimentalism will not be the order of the day. Zik is our own. He was born in the state of Dr. Muazzez Babangida Aliyu on the 16th day of November in the year 1904, by his father, the late Chief Obededum Chukwuemeka. Unfortunately, not enough has been written about the Azikiwe senior, the father of late Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe. I think that is a travesty for starters. How many of us here knows that he was a regimental officer of the West African Frontier Force or principal private secretary to the late Governor General of Nigeria? Edom Chukwuemeka Azikiwe lived from 1879 to 1958, passing at the age of 79, 2 years before Nigeria gained its independence. Unfortunately, he did not live to see his son take over as Governor General of Nigeria. How many of us here know that Obed Edom Chukwuemeka Azikiwe was the one that drafted the famous treaty Lord Lugard signed with our traditional rulers, particularly the treaty that is called the Treaty for the Amalgamation of Northern and Southern Protectorates in Nigeria. He was the one that drafted the treaties, be it Oban of Calabar, the Sultan of Sokoto, the Oba of Benin, or the Alafin of Oyo. All the treaties offering British protections to Nigeria's traditional institutions were drafted by Obed Edom Chukwuemeka Azikiwe. And yes, these traditional rulers, but then we are happy to sign those accords because they were drafted in the context of the protection of our cultural heritage. As far as we know, the one person who flagrantly refused to sign any treaty, unless this press protection was expunged, was the late Jaja of Opobo. I can imagine the heated argument he had with Obed Edom Chukwuemeka Azikiwe for him to have refused to sign the treaties. This, as the Governor General's private secretary in Zungeru, in the present-day Niger State at Lord Lugard's office, Obed Edom Chukwuemeka Azikiwe traveled to all parts of Nigeria until in 1914. It is no surprise that he sent his son Nnamdi to go and live with his grandmother in Onitsha, despite him being born in Zungeru. He simply did not have time for his family matters because he was the engine material of the late Governor General of Nigeria. I can imagine how proud he would have been to see his son wear the crown as Governor General or the uniform of Governor General, given what wash in the history it would have been during his time as a statesman of that generation. In the light of this, the birth of baby Benjamin, whom we are celebrating today, the entire Kwantagore kingdom, where Zungeru belonged, witnessed something at the eve of his birth. On the night, they witnessed exodus of unprecedented number of comets dominating the sky, which prompted the palace of the Emir of Kwantagora to arrange his local star readers, astrologists in English, under him, the Emir Ibrahim Nagwamasi. After careful investigation, they pronounced that a great figure was to be born, and they began to search for where this birth will take place. Thus, when the baby was born, to the person, the Emir called the man Arzika. Arzika is a Hausa word that means a wealthy man, because based on the outcome of the astrologist's investigations, somebody very big, very wealthy, a very strong leader was to be born. And the Emir nicknamed him Ibrahim. So Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe's traditional name in Zungeru, and indeed the Kwantagora Emirate, was Ibrahim. That was the name given to him by Emir Ibrahim Nagwamasi after his own name. The young Zik was baptized Benjamin, a name which he personally dropped later because of his opposition against the British imperialism. He began early education at CMS Central School, Onitsha, and Hope Worthwell Training School, Onitsha, and Hope Training School, Calabar, and then later Methodist Boys High School, Lagos, where he first met his Yoruba contemporaries, and then learned speaking Yoruba fluently thereafter. He studied in different parts of the world like the United Kingdom, the United States, Ghana, and some American Negro institutions like the University of Pennsylvania and the Columbia University. Let us be reminded that in 1946, Dr. Zeke, using his political party, the NCNC, together with his national secretary, the late Madam Saad Zungu, began campaigning to raise money for a delegation to go to United Kingdom to protest against Richard's constitution and to demand for self-rule for the Federation of Nigeria. This singular seed planted by Zeke is what germinated to the independence we were witnessing 65 years after. History has taught me to remember that in 1956, when Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth visited Nigeria, preparatory for Nigeria's independence, the late Sardauna said the North was not prepared for independence in 1957. It was Zeke that said, the North is the most popular constituent, and if democracy is the game of number, we have to wait for the North to catch up before we can gain the independence. And that was what led to shifting of the independence from 1957 to 1960. The power we inherited, Zeke, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, Nsego Lumumba, Mandela, and all many others, these titans of the 20th century gave Africa a gift of possibility. They fought so that we must have a house of our own and Africa to be unchained, and we should be proud, independent people, equal with other people of the world. But let us be honest with ourselves. What kind of house have we built after Zeke? A house divided by ethnic strife cannot endure. A house corroded by corruption cannot inspire. A house without justice cannot lead. If Nigeria is to serve as a cornerstone of Africa, then our house must first be in order. A divided Nigeria cannot unify Africa. A corrupt Nigeria cannot inspire Africa. A lawless Nigeria cannot lead Africa. And that is the reason why Africa is in comatose. Unity as a moral compass. From the word of law that I inhabit, one truth is clear. Unity cannot be built on injustice. Pan-Africanism, which Zeke stood for, is not only an economic project, but it's a political project that we must continue to illuminate. It is a moral and legal compass. It is a solemn promise that the rule of law will triumph over the rule of might. A treaty signed in Abuja should be a treaty that should be honored in Addis Ababa. Justice for the market woman in Enugu should be the vital justice for the entrepreneur in Johannesburg. Africa must wake up and be united. But Africa cannot be united if Nigeria is not ready to change. We must face up the provocative truth. The greatest obstacle to African integration is not in Brussels or Washington. It is not all colonial masters that will bring about new economic powers for Africa. Our politicians must eschew this bitter character of going to Chatham House and under imperialist institutions to be presenting their credentials if they are looking for elections. They should present their credentials to the electorates, to the citizens, to the common people of Africa, so that we determine their competency or otherwise. African leaders in the mirror of good governance. You may see some of the credentials I have enumerated as unfit for many of our leaders today. Yet, it's because in Africa, we have succeeded in producing as our leaders characters of action in political drama with deficiency in character of positive results and productive action. They are only figures of time, not makers of history. Leadership in all strata of governance is experiencing absence of resolve and resolute leadership of morality, leadership of political entrenchment of superiority of common man over other leaders, economically and socially, we are yet to be liberated up to now in Africa. Our continent is experiencing turmoil in moral and developmental decay, characterized by crimes, religious conflicts, economic corruption, civil unrest, cyber crimes in many forms, poverty, diseases, and terrorism. In short, Africa has now become the dumping ground of all negativities of the contemporary world. Our leaders have been turned into agents of drug trafficking, agents of arms deals, international conspiracy, and many other things. And that is the reason why if our leaders go for any international meeting, you will discover that on many occasions, some of them will have to consult their imperial masters before they can decide on any matter. A number of African leaders have operated under a shadow reputation of integrity that was only a facade. While they appeared competent and well-adjusted on the outside, they are lacking the real substance within them, which is morality. They are missing the element of moral force. Then their ethical poverty eventually become evident in the course of governing the innocent citizenry. The public will not know who these leaders really are until they become enmeshed in scandals due to their reckless conduct. The sign of hope. And yet, ladies and gentlemen, there is hope. The dream is not dead, it is alive. It is in the Nigerian finest stars of that for them to refine the course of Africa. It is the Ghanaian filmmakers. Is it the Senegalese musicians? Is it the African lawyers, judges, and entrepreneurs? Everybody must be on deck to try to liberate Africa. This probe must be carried very seriously because I do not believe Africa is still independent. Inasmuch as up to now, small tiny countries like France, small tiny countries like Japan, many tiny countries that are not up to Kano State, we say social country and African relations. All the leaders of Africa will assemble under the canopy to face a small country, and they will be dictated on what the outcome will be before even going there, without them first sitting in-house to determine the priorities and deliverables that they will get as a result of attending such a conference. Let it be clear, Nigeria cannot simply talk about Africa's unity. We must embody it. I speak with my heart beating. If 65 years after the independence, if from 1975 up to today, after fighting the useless civil war, I call it useless because 3,374 people were innocently killed. And at the end of it, we said, no winner, no vanquished. Up to now, some people are still carrying the gospel of separatism. Then Africa is yet to be ready for integration and to face the contemporary challenges of the world. We must strengthen our judiciary for the judiciary to be incorruptible. We must strengthen our civil societies for them to be ethically efficient, not to be cannon fodders of foreign powers. We must grow our economy and reward merits, not mediocrity. We must be prepared to connect security to the liberation of our people. Nigeria, as the largest black nation and the most populous in Africa, must be ready to lead by example. Nigeria gets it right, Africa will naturally get it right. Nigeria should be prepared to integrate African mineral resources and give them very serious protection because the mineral resources are breeding in terrorism for African continents. Nigeria should be the leader in this crusade. Nigeria should be the leader to create uniformity of currencies, economic integration for us to have one currency in African continent. Nigeria should be the leader to evolve a new political system that will give Africans sense of freedom and belonging so that an African will feel he is a citizen in any part of Africa he happens to be. Nigeria has all the potential ingredients for graduation into a superpower, and the potentiality is centered on its charismatic popularity, both within the Africa and within the Committee of Nations. It is the most populous nation in terms of population and resource endowments. We are, however, lacking strong leaders. we believe in Nigeria, who believe in Nigerian project, who places Nigeria above themselves and their parochial considerations. We need to evolve leaders with courage to surmount our perplexing issues and to resolve the seemingly overwhelming problems, as well as the ability to discover, implement, and work with correct, definable solutions. We need leaders whose trademark is an embodiment of competence and effectiveness. We should collectively build Nigeria's society where order, nationalism, and discipline and hard work, as well as patriotism, are in the minds of both the leaders and the followers. The leaders are not enough, followers must equally queue in. The distinction between growth and development is that while growth translates into physical institutionalization of pillars or structures, development will spring off all facets of growth. Thus, while development relates to education, good health, adequacy, and correctness of employment, and corresponding wages payment, democracy, etc., growth relates to erection of tall buildings, good and beautifully imported cars and aircrafts. On why Nigeria is only growing without development, refer to the Vanguard newspaper of the 2nd of May 2017 at page 18, where our own elder statesman, Dr. Alison Akere Aida, has said a lot about that at the University of Bureau's 27th convocation ceremony. I stand here before this audience as a sad Nigerian. I feel sad because of the sense of doom around and the shadow of doubt hovering over us. There is too much misery and frustration in Nigeria. The pauperization of the rural poor and the pulverization of the urban dwellers, as demonstrated in apparent lack of collective will to survive today. The inability of leadership at all strata to ensure end of the intractable insecurity, end of hunger, end of illiteracy, end of unemployment. The most shameful, most embarrassing, most disgusting, most illusionary is the way some psycho, narrow-minded few are challenging our unity 55 years after the Civil War. In flagrant violation of the provision of sections 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 14, 15, 17, 18, 21, 22, and 23 of the Nigerian Federal Republic Constitution. What does the future hold for Nigeria? Let us therefore learn from the lessons of history and experience and rely less on experts and economists from the IMF or World Bank. We must work out indigenous solutions. We must evolve solutions from within us. These are the solutions that will work for us, not borrowed solutions. Borrowed solutions are in tandem with the countries they were drafted, based on their own history, based on their own demography, based on their own economic strength, based on their own political direction. A fish gets rotten from the head. We want to get things correctly, we must begin to change the style and quality of our leadership. The needed leadership. If the national leadership at all strata can act on nationalism, morality, sincerity, and fear of God, and transcend down to all the states and local governments in Nigeria, we can permeate all the arms of the governance and there will be uniformity of purpose. Then the leadership question will be rested to answer. The strategic long-term goals, objectives, or as must be actualized in reasonable expectations, hope, and potentialities of the Nigerian people. Within the situation of Nigeria, we need serious improvement in the quality of leadership and governance. The challenge before political leadership in Nigeria are enormous, serious, urgent, and crucial. These are the gospels being championed by distinguished Senator Ndime here. A political leader emerging will need vision, organizing ability, wisdom, administrative skills, and many more. Some of these attributes can be acquired by a leader through other persons. What cannot be loaned, hired, or procured are those correct and sound principles of personal character, which generates good thoughts and right actions. Caring, integrity, courage, faithfulness, fidelity, justice, industry are some of the correct and sound principles enlightened in the governance of Nigeria. We need leaders honest and sincere leaders, not dribblers, looters, or swindlers, or sweet talkers. We need leaders with correct and sound principles of personal character, who can lead people with unfamiliar, very disciplined but desirable and harsh policies and programs for the redemption of all and for the future prosperity of all and sundry. We have abundance of politicians in the governors. What we need more are statesmen. We have deficiency in number of statesmen in Nigeria. Leaders, statesmen are leaders who believe leadership is a trust, that one day they will die and they will account for that stewardship. These are statesmen. But politicians are more or less interested in accumulation of power, retention of themselves in power, re-election, further re-election, and further election of their own nominees to succeed them. These are the type of politicians we have. We need statesmen that when you are listening to national anthem, they will be flowing their eyes with tears. Statesmen that believes that they are feeling the sufferings of Nigeria. In 1960, Johnson helped to establish University of Nigeria in Nsukka. When he approached Zik told him to tone it down for one singular reason. The singular reason is that it was to be named after Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe. Zik said, name it after Federal Republic of Nigeria, not under my name. And that is why the university is named New University of Nigeria at Nsukka. We need leaders like that, not leaders that would want to be honored while they are alive, while they are in seat. The call to unity is built on charity. It is a leverage in a competitive world. It is a key to the continental market. We have 1.4 billion people. We need the economy of Africa to be integrated so that we'll have one central bank, so that we'll have one currency, so that we'll have one economic system, so that we'll have one finance institution. If we do it that way, then we are beginning. The next is to have a political system that is indigenous to our own history, indigenous to our own culture, indigenous to our own costumes, indigenous to our own traditions, indigenous to our own developmental tempo in the correct and current contemporary happenings of the world. We need leaders that will live in Africa believing that they are part of the citizens in any country. Let us trade with Accra and Nairobi rather than thinking of trading with Washington or trading with Moscow. Let us demand that our leaders should put African partnership above foreign dependency. If we imbibe African partnership and avoid foreign dependency, the better for Nigeria. We need citizens in Nigeria that are prepared to share the experiences and the needs and interests of other people. We need leaders that are talking about values. In 1956, when Queen Elizabeth came, there was a drama there. Sardauna was the one that said, let Zik, you are the most famous and you are in the forefront of the liberation struggle. You should be the first president of liberated Nigeria. Zik looked at them and said, no. Political independence without economic independence is meaningless. Let Chief Obafemi Awolowo be the leader because he has more economic endowments better than all of us. Let him be the decision. Obafemi Awolowo said, no, let Sardauna be, because the North has more population, the North has more land mass, and he is the leader of the NPC, which was the most populous political party there. The Sardauna looked at himself and said, I will not do justice to the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Coming by the aristocratic extraction I have come from, wherever I go, if I pose with my gown and my turban, people will understand the whole of Nigeria to think all Nigerians are Muslims. He said, I will not be feared to non-adherents of my religion. There is somebody there who is intellectually sounder than myself. There is somebody there who is known all over the world as first foreign affairs minister. There is somebody there who has entrenched all the infrastructural developments you can see in Nigeria today. He is from a poor background, from a minority tribe. Let him be given the leadership so that he will be able to do justice to the minority tribes. That was the Sardauna. He said, I cannot do that one. And if as the leader of the NPC I take leadership and I fail, who will penalize him? They all kept quiet. He said, I will need something from somebody that will come while I remain the leader. That was how he brought about led Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa to become the Prime Minister of Nigeria. But today, what are we witnessing? Today, what are we witnessing? You cannot be a leader if you are not a humongous petrodollar merchant. You cannot be a leader if you don't have billions of naira to purchase nomination form. And that time, they called the late Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa and sat him down. He was shedding tears when he accepted to become the Prime Minister, because he said he knew the enormity of the burden of moral responsibilities on him. And he was doubting whether or not he would be able to do justice to all and sundry. He said, tears running down his cheeks, that in the event I fail, the wrath of God will be on my head. And this is the mission statement that contemporary leaders are not thinking about. Therefore, we need reincarnation of those type of leaders. Leaders that grew up, leaders that were thinking beyond their noses, leaders that were thinking Nigeria and Africa first. A leader should be a civil servant, should be a servant that should be the last to enjoy, but should be the gallant one to suffer. A leader is moving further. He is the one moving ahead so that whatever danger can come, let it happen to him first. That was the statement of the lesser donor on the eve of his assassination when they confronted him. He said, I am the Sardona. You don't have to deal with anybody. If you have anything, confront me. I am the one to bear the challenge. It is when the leader is defeated that the gallant troops can be said to be conquered. And that was how he paid the last price and gave out his ghost before the so-called revolutionaries. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I decided, because of the limitation of time, to summarize what I want to say. My paper will be circulated to all of you here. You will see the details of what I intended to say, but skip because of the time. I thank you for your rapt attention and kind listening as I do.
Professor Chidi, earlier we were talking about the section in the Constitution that allows for killing of anybody in defense of a property, and you mentioned that in a part of the Constitution that values life or values property over life. Now, in this situation at hand, where we have the FCT minister in the altercation with the Lieutenant Yerima, why do you think the lieutenant didn't carry out this order of killing? Was it because he was a senator, or he just wanted, or a minister rather, or he just wanted to exercise, respect for his office? And probably was that whole dialogue necessary, seeing that the minister defied the order of having defied the instruction of having a court order before you are allowed to access a property, and then came into a land unauthorized? Why do you think he didn't shoot or maybe exercise force as required? Professor,
Hello.
can you hear me?
I can hear you, but you can't hear me.
I can hear you now. We can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Well, look, there are two reasons, it seems to me, why. I presume you're hearing me, but if you're not hearing me, then that's what it is. There'll be two reasons why, in my estimation, the Lieutenant Yerima probably did not escalate in the way the minister was escalating. One is he's a greater professional than the minister is, and being professional is not a function of age, it's a function of habit and values. And he is quite clearly a better professional than the minister is. The second, actually, is that taking human life involves a high degree of dissociation that clearly his professionalism did not allow him to get to. or did not allow him to descend to. And, you know, I do not believe that if roles had been reversed and it was him behaving like that towards someone with the temperament of the person whom you call a minister, the outcome would have been the same. So imagine, involve yourself for the moment in the mental experiment of switching roles so that the minister, somebody with the temperament of Nyesom Wike, was in the place of Lieutenant Yerima, and somebody with and confronting what Nyesom Wike gave to that person. What do you think the outcome would have been the same? Hello?
We can hear you, sir.
But we don't think it will be the same.
That is precisely the point. So I actually think that, you know, I've seen all manner of things. Oh, you know, the minister was in loco the president. That's absolute nonsense, with all due respect. And, you know, it's coming from people who supposedly senior lawyers. There is no minister in loco any president when you are out of line and when you're acting beyond the lawful authority and claiming a right to command situations that you obviously don't have a power or right to do. There is no in loco nothing. The remit of the Minister for the Federal Capital Territory is fairly straightforward. You know, FCDA plus Land Use Act. It is a fairly clear-cut remit. And when a minister for the FCT goes outside that remit, he is on his own. He's a lawless vigilante. Full stop. Ministerial vigilantism is not part of Nigerian law. And we've got to make the effort to return ourselves to normalizing power and constraints on power, or appearances of power. Because what this shows is that all of this nonsense that Nyesom Wike goes around doing, shouting at people, screaming at people, talking in drunken stupor at people, and all of that, quite honestly, is flatulent nonsense. It's empty nonsense. It just took a young officer who had dignity and professionalism to demonstrate to him that he's full of hot and empty air. That is why I keep saying that the reason these guys get away with the nonsense that they get away with is because we as citizens embolden them and clap for them and make them feel good and important. One young officer has established that once you remove social capital and habitual genuflection from these people, they are meaningless. And that is the lesson that this should teach everyone, that the only cure to the Nigerian problem is not God will save us. It is not prayers. It is citizens understanding that at some point, you reach a point where you've got to say, no, I am not a fool. I am a person of integrity. Fairly straightforward sentences, which in that circumstance carried a lot of weight and load. I hope that makes the point to all of us. You did not escort anyone to Nigeria, and that includes ministers. You guys hear me?
You hear us, sir?
Well, I'm hearing you now.
All right, Professor Odekalu, you also warned that this affects the authority of the president as commander-in-chief. Please, can you explain?
What is that to explain? It's very clear. Look, you know, if you recall in 2015, there was a horrible massacre of Shiites in Kaduna, in Zaria, all right? And the Zaria massacre, the justification given by General Buratai, the then Chief of Army Staff, for the Zaria massacre was fairly straightforward. He claimed that the Shiites were touching the uniform of an officer or abused an officer in uniform in an unacceptable manner. That's exactly what the minister did in this altercation as you call it, was much worse, and he was much more threatening than any of the Shiites could have dared to be in 2015. And that attracted a massacre of unspeakable proportions to the Shiites in Gelesu, in Kaduna, in Zaria. Now, you know, this minister, he calls an officer in uniform in front of his men a fool. He calls him all manner of things. He tells him, get out. Like, you know, he was on the streets and he had just been dragged out of, you know, some rabbit hole somewhere. And the young man simply protested and said, no, I'm not a fool. All right? Now, that exchange itself is symptomatic of the fact of what I said at the beginning, that we have someone masquerading as a minister who lacks the software to do the job and who lacks the software to qualify him as a threshold consideration for that role. Unfortunately, that's what we have got. And if this does not chasten the president about this particular fellow, I don't think anything can. Because the officers are going to be watching, and don't forget, we're in a fairly difficult context here. You know, you've got a foreign president threatening all manner of things in the country. You've got an armed forces stretched at the seams, combating different forms of violence in different parts of the country. You've got also, at the moment, the developments in the Mid-Sahel. Bamako is in trouble. Bobo Dioulasso in Burkina Faso is in trouble. Over 70% of Burkina Faso actually is in the control of Islamists. Most of Mali is in the control of Islamists. A significant chunk of Niger is in the control of Islamists. All of that is happening on Nigeria's northern frontier, requiring, therefore, vigilance on the part of the soldiers. The numbers we've got are fairly stretched across the military assets in the country. And now, while they are all stretched in that manner, you've got a minister who is telling them they are fools, because that is the symbolism of all of this stuff, and who is behaving in a state towards them that nobody should allow. The president is not just a civil president of Nigeria. The president, as commander-in-chief, is a military figure. These are his officers being abused. The officers are going to look to the president to protect them from this kind of abuse. And it is going to be interesting how the president navigates that situation. That's exactly what I said.
Okay, Professor, from a legal and justice lens, how effective are Nigeria's legal frameworks in holding powerful figures, be it civilian or military, responsible for abuse of power?
Sorry, I missed part of the question. Do you want to repeat that, please?
Okay, I said from legal and justice lens, how effective are Nigeria's legal frameworks in holding powerful figures, be it civilian or military, responsible for abuse of power?
Every system is as strong as its weakest link. Is a bit of is a cliche of sorts, but really that's what it is. I don't think it's a matter of the system. It's a question of whether or not the people who operate the system are willing to make the system work. All right? And this is why I focus in my public advocacy, at least in the Nigerian context and increasingly in different parts of Africa, and the question of judicial accountability and what judges do and how judges get appointed and what they do on the job and how they do it, and precluding all the forms of incest that now undermine the effectiveness of judicial office across different countries and predispose the judicial office to capture by politicians. Because once that is done, you can't, what you're talking about goes out through the window. You have no possibility of ensuring effective accountability for abuse of office, because the people who abuse office also own the judiciary, we should bring them to account. And that means that you cannot really do any form of accountability. Now, I believe that's where we are really. In many situations now, people like, I mean, it's not a secret that there are quite credible allegations linking Nyesom Wike to trafficking in judicial capture, precisely for the purpose of achieving both impunity and abuse of power without consequences. And that is what emboldens him to believe that he can comport himself in the manner that was advertised in this video clip that we're discussing. Because if he did not exist in that ecosystem of believing that he owns everybody in the judicial value chain, to use that expression, in the judicial hierarchy, then things would have been different. Okay? He would understand that he could be made and brought to account. Now, increasingly, that's become impossible because the system no longer works the rational rules. And when you ask me to speak as a lawyer or give you legal insight, I am reluctant to do that because we have an institutional meltdown that does not allow anyone of honesty to claim that they are prognosticating, they're talking about what the law could be. None of us knows. The kinds of decisions that come from our courts these days, as I like to say, I was not taught in the law school. I left the Nigerian law school a long time ago. I left 37 years ago. And so that's a while ago. I wasn't taught these kinds of things that happen these days, nor the kind of jurisprudence that comes out of our courts these days. I can't rationalize them, I can't understand them, I can't pretend to. So I'm not speaking to you here as a person who some time ago was trained as a lawyer in Nigeria. I'm beyond that now. I'm a former Nigerian lawyer. I'm speaking to you as someone who can add 1 + 1 and get 2. Okay? So if you give me 1 + 1 and we add and it is not 2, then it means we are not doing it to base 10. So you have to explain to me what the base is that you're doing it to for me to follow. And at the moment, I can't follow the jurisprudence of Nigerian courts. So I've not given you a legal opinion or a legal insight. I'm just giving you a rational insight.
All right.
I hope that makes it.
Okay. Thank you for that response. Now, we are speaking on the rise and reign of impunity. And of course, we've seen the video. Do you think would you say this is a taste of what, ordinary Nigerians face on a daily in the hands of politicians, civil servants, and all the likes? And then earlier you mentioned that we indulge these actions, we indulge these activities. How do we move on? How do we correct this situation so it doesn't keep occurring?
Well, no, I couldn't possibly suggest that this is a taste of what Nigerian citizens face. No, I don't know. I think you've probably seen the video juxtaposition of what transpired when some citizens encountered Nyesom Wike in Lugbe in Abuja, juxtaposed besides what's transpired in this situation. If it had been ordinary citizens other than a minister who was involved in this, blood would have been on the floor. If blood wasn't on the floor, some teeth would have gone missing. If some teeth didn't go missing, the best fate that would have befallen the person was probably ending up in a detention cell somewhere. This thing that was this theater that was enacted in Gadua, I believe that place is only for the Nigerian higher-ups. I told you that the Nigerian Constitution in Section 33(2) valorizes property over and above human life, particularly the human life of ordinary citizens. And now, when it comes to life, generally, it puts the life of the big person like Nyesom Wike above the life of the ordinary citizen. For the most part, ordinary citizens are expendable. Again, that is the consequence of the colonial history. When you go through our colonial history, you understand that it's been full of massacres, from the early 1860s through Lokoja in the 1880s, through Ijebode 1893, Akasa 1895, Benin 1897, Orochukwu in 1901. You have Battle of Burmi, for instance, and the sacking of the Sultanate in 1903. You have Satiru in 1906. I could go on. Okay. Now, so the colonial experience up to Iva Valley in 1949, right? And of course, a lot of people know the Aba women's massacres following the uprising in Opoboland, Korabasi in 1929 into 1930. All of these massacres created a tradition of wasting ordinary people. And that tradition of wasting ordinary people has not ended. After independence, we begin in Tivland in 1961. We go through Operation Waitia in Western Nigeria, then the pogroms, so-called, of the Igbos, then Nigerian Civil War. If you go through the genocide history, you see that Civil War history, you see that over 3 million people actually are documented to have died in the Nigerian Civil War. You continue from there, get massacre 1975 and in 74. Sorry, in this conversation I've told you about the Zaria massacre, right? And down to Lekki in 2020, Tollgate, right? None of those things has attracted consequences. We've grown used to the idea that our ordinary citizens are expendable, but our big men and their families are not expendable. That is why people like you will be encouraged to Jakpa. The children of people like Wike, you can see he has brought his sons back and he's taking them with him. Today he's in Dubai, the next day he's in the other one, and his sons are laughing, traveling at the expense of the Nigerian taxpayer. And they will tell you that because you are expendable, so get out of the country, let them and their sons inherit the land. Blessed are the Nigerian politicians, for they and their children shall inherit the land. That's the new beatitude. And we are the people giving them that license to behave in that manner. Until we say enough is enough, this nonsense will continue. That is why the post that you say that I made, I ended with one sentence: this nonsense must stop, with an exclamation mark. The only people who can bring this nonsense to a stop are you and I and our friends. And we should stop enabling idiots and drunken louts to believe that they can run our country on these terms.
All right. Thank you so much. It's a good thing that you mentioned the citizens. Still talking about the clash between Wike and Yerima. The angle that I'm very concerned about is the psychological or social impact this would have on citizens, citizens' trust on the justice system. What is your view on that?
I don't think this has anything to do with citizens' trust in the justice system. I think this is about inspiring citizens to understand that we have it in ourselves to stop malevolence, ministerial malevolence, and misbehavior of high-ranking public officials. That when citizens show courage, steadfastness, and are vigilant, will deflate their balloons and their egos. And a lot of younger Nigerians are inspired by this. And you see, this is not just about Nigeria. This is about new civic energies that have been released across our continent. You see what's happening with the so-called Gen Zs, right? Whether it is Madagascar, which is the latest place where it has made landfall. Now that is the 9th popular uprising in Africa since 2011. Okay, and Tanzania at the moment is going through something that could be anyone's guess in its outcome. Last year, it was the finance bill uprising in Kenya, which for the first time brought young people across the country together. So there is something happening that public officers should be aware of. No one is asking for perfect public officers. People will make mistakes. But the kind of irresponsibility, ministerial irresponsibility that was on display in this video clip that you and I are discussing no longer has any place in the 21st century. It's only in Nigeria that we tend to tolerate it, and people get paid data money to go and celebrate it on Twitter and or X and Facebook and Instagram and all of those things. It should not happen, and citizens must not tolerate it. So this has nothing to do with court. The Nigerian problem has gone beyond court. It is a political issue. It's a civic responsibility issue. Citizens will have to take responsibility for fixing it. And that includes fixing the courts and fixing the judges and returning courts, resetting the neural wirings of courts and judges to realize this is what they need. They need to return to their jobs. Until we reset the neural wirings, we take civic responsibility for resetting the neural wirings of our political system, we're going to continue to end up with politicians behaving without consequences, which is what Nyesom Wike expects, and which is what he expected. He's used to going around demolishing people's places, you know, throwing people out with no consequences until he made his comeuppance here.
All right. Before we wrap it up, this very last question I'd like to ask you, from a human rights and rule of law standpoint, how do we rebuild public trust when both politicians and security agencies disregard legal boundaries?
I actually, look, you know, yes, in Nigerian history, particularly recent history, soldiers now and again have done things that they shouldn't do, okay? But by and large, the army is a very conservative, the military is a very conservative institution. And I find that in the current situation we've got in the country, even given the challenges that we've got, the military and the security services quite often are the place where you still find people who have a capacity to respect basic rules. The politicians don't. The judges don't. Senior advocates don't. Lawyers don't. But for the most part, with exceptions, admittedly, you're more likely to find soldiers and even police officers more likely to respect rules than you are to find SANs and judges and lawyers and law professors and politicians. That should tell you something about where we are. Nigeria is not a problem of the citizens. The people who are Nigeria's problems are the rulers. It's the big people. Citizens, by and large, follow leadership. When they find good example in leadership, they key in. When leadership is anything goes, citizens also key in with a culture of anything goes. So we've got to understand that this is in our hands to fix. If we want it to go right, it goes right. If we don't want it to go right, it doesn't go right. It's as simple as that.
We are local. The international community is observing
Why the main market is in chaos. People.
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken it by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV.
The continuous push for credible elections in Nigeria has been a major focus in each election cycle. From the conduct of elections by the electoral body to security during the process, Nigerians continue to clamor for a level playing field to make their voices heard through votes during elections. Few institutions in Nigeria generate as much attention, criticism and expectation as the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. As the body responsible for conducting elections in Africa's largest democracy, INEC carries the weighty responsibility of determining how power is transferred and how citizens' voices are heard at the ballot box. In a country where elections are often marred by controversy, the Commission is constantly under scrutiny. Joining us on the show to discuss the push for advancing electoral transparency, digital voting and credible democratic systems in Nigeria is Pastor Okereke Ukwola, a Nigerian reform advocate. He's the initiator and national convener of the Nigeria Electoral Reform Coalition, NERCO. Good morning, Pastor Ukwola, and thank you so much for joining us today on the morning show.
Good morning. It was my pleasure. Thank you. Well, Pastor, we've been on this issue of electoral reform since 1999. Every election cycle, we will amend the Electoral Act until we go to Electoral Act 2022. And at every point, after every election, even after this 2023 election, people are saying before the 2027 general elections, there must also be reform. Now, it's a long list in terms of how elections are organized, the appointment of electoral officials, the role of security, representation in terms of gender, such a long list. Now, as someone who is involved in this area of reform, what will you say are the urgent priorities and what kind of timelines will you recommend for this reform? Because we could have the experience like we had under Buhari. 2-3 weeks to election, we're still making recommendations. And then the government will say, well, leave this reform, we'll do it after the election.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Abati. It's quite my pleasure being here today. The issue of electoral reforms, we did a lot of reviews after the 2023 election. Of course, that was not the first review we did. We had done several reviews in the past elections, just to find out what we should do. Like you said, you're talking about the timelines and what we should do. You see, the major challenge we are having in the country is the character of our politicians. You see, I will give an example with this. When we had someone like the late Umaru Musa Yar'Adua, president, you noticed something. When he took over mantle after he won, the first announcement he did was that the electoral process that brought me was flawed, and we're going to reform this process. Now, I still believe that the character of the politicians that we have presently is a major problem as regards to the electoral process, the integrity of our electoral process. That's one of the major issues. But then also, we will not stop pushing because we have already started pushing until we get it right. From 2024, we began to push, and we said, if all the things put together, the mandatory transmission of election results through the IREV, it's a good move and has to be sustained. And then we also said that the process of selecting the INEC or appointing INEC leadership is also another one that we must look into. Now, the INEC one is already done. Let's say the INEC chairman has been chosen already, and that's another 5 years we have before that comes up. So as it is right now, what is important to us right now is the transmission of results has to be mandatory and electronic to the IREV. And then also, if we're able to get digital and electronic voting done, that's fine. But at least let's get this one, where the results can be transmitted from the polling unit to the IREV. That's what I think we should be looking at. Then, currently, the Act, from the push we have done so far, we have done a lot of work already. We did a lot of push of sending out bills and all that to National Assembly. I've met over 50 senators and over 50 House of Rep members in advocating for this, pushing, and we have gone to the National Assembly for a rally. You have seen us do campaigns on the social media. We did a 30 days countdown by our PRO, you know, Peter Randy. Okay. Yes, that's my PRO. We did a 30 days countdown on that, on this, which had mobilized the whole lot of the people to this particular work. Okay. So.
All right. So, a number of times it's said that it's not a lack of understanding or knowledge of what ought to be done. it is the absence of political will to do it. And in fact, it's been said that it's hardly that you would find a sitting government ready and willing for true reform in the electoral process. Based on your conversations with these over 50 senators you talked about, what has been the response like? Are they willing to do what they ought to do to ensure, because even if you look at the Electoral Act of 2022, a number of things have been made. There's been a number of provisions that were not adhered to strictly. So even the enforcement of the law or implementation is also a challenge. How do you hope, as part of your advocacy, to address this? Because if we can bring up another electoral act or an electoral reform, but if we have, areas where they're not implementing, we'll still come back to the same conversation we're having today.
You're right. The honest truth is this. In my push for advocacy, I've done a lot of meetings, like I said. If I had followed what I saw, what I met.
What did you see? What did you know? Tell us, because
right.
Nigerians
Majority of the people believe we're wasting our time.
Okay.
I'll tell you that. Especially if some of the legislators believe it's a waste of time. So why go into it?
And these are the ones that are going to vote on.
Yeah, but there are a few of them. Now, the issue is, at the end of the day, it's no longer that way. I'm talking about when we started.
Okay.
Now, but right now, as it is, of course, we have some of these things already, like mandatory transmission, have been accepted in the draft bill right now. Okay. I can tell you that, because I was in National Assembly last 2 weeks. I was able to meet our contacts there to confirm, okay, what's the draft bill looking like and all that. So we have something like that on bill. But the question is, the major act right now is that most of the people, we have been able to galvanize support from both ends. Now, it is when it goes in as a draft, as a bill, it is now the consent, the assent of the president. Of course, when it passed, even if they pass it, the assent of the president. And that is why just a few weeks ago, on the 30th of October, we had a world press conference. Of course, also shouting this to the public, that we have credible intel that there are plans to delay these things. And we also have told the National Assembly that while they are deliberating on this bill, they should also give a definite time for the assent on this particular bill. We don't want a situation whereby we will enter 2026 and someone is dragging at the natal, like Dr. Abati said, now it is too late, because that has been the playbook. So we don't want that to happen. So we are already checkmating it ahead of time. So that's what we're looking at. But there are still other plans. I mean, by the time we finish, we'll look at that part.
Okay. So you're doing this, you're doing a lot of this advocacy and all of that. The question I would like to ask you is, in engagement with these people, these so-called politicians, you said some of them didn't show willingness, but now a lot of them are showing willingness. Also, I would like to ask you, how do you make them have a stakeholder mentality in this? Because a lot of people you're engaging, they're already set in their mindset. We'll criminalize the election, we'll vote by, and we'll roll through, and we win election. In fact, somebody once said, as long as you have INEC, you have police or military, and you have, what's it called, money to be able to go around, you have over 70% chance of winning an election.
Me, I don't think it's about, at this point,
does this also involve
start deceiving ourselves.
Secondly,
we are going to forge ahead with this electoral democracy.
And maybe, if we are lucky, it will be a miracle. INEC can also start by telling us what constitutes a technical glitch in the last election.
Forget INEC first. You cannot get INEC to do anything without going through National Assembly or State House of Assembly or what have you. And it's high time we start encouraging people to belong to a political party. We criticize this political party of not being idealistic. They don't have any ideology. That's fine. That's an opportunity for you to go into the party and, try to get people who have the same ideology with you to come in with you.
Not only done that, we have also gone on social media asking him for that. But we have also sent a letter to the INEC chairman seeking for audience with him. But then also I want to
try to get people with the same ideology with you to come with you and take over the political party, take over the structure. And but so you know, then, but before you know, maybe that would be a contribution to the national discourse, national, the story, the Nigerian story, the building, the development of the Nigerian state. they will say it is because of you that these political parties have this ideology, and today this ideology dominated Nigeria.
That's what they so they know that
Over-
it's going to happen. They planned it. So what is there is that the Electoral Act gave INEC the opportunity to be able to to use their discretion where there is possible disruption of network. Because of that, it was not made mandatory that the result will be transmitted. Now, if you watched my speech during the public hearing, I actually mentioned it that if it is mandatory, it means result is only valid if it is transmitted from the polling unit to the RF.
Okay, Pastor, before you go, there are many NGOs working on this. There's Yaga Africa, there's the Situation Room, there is a Policy and Legal Advocacy Center of Clement Nwankwo. There is a committee in the Senate working on it. Now, how do you ensure synergy so that all these groups do not work at cross purposes? Your own group is also an NGO, NERC, right? Electoral Reform Coalition. It's
a coalition.
Yes. So, how do you ensure synergy so that people don't just talk at cross purposes?
Okay, there's a whole lot of meetings already going on. Of course, if you notice the other day, there was a launch of Movement for Credible Elections. All right, we're also part of that. All right, but the thing is this, electoral reforms, the things required in electoral reform for the process, credible and transparent electoral system is clear. The things we want inside, we all know it. We all know what we want. It's just for us to mount that push. Now, I can trust my own, what will I call it? I can trust my aim and purpose. I can trust my own plans and what I have in mind. I don't know what any other person have in mind. You see, I've been in this civil society space for a long time. And so when you're pushing for things like this, you don't depend on anybody else. Depend on what you're pushing and get the result you want to get. But I know there are several other people who are also working, and they are working very hard on it. And I believe that all our efforts put together is going to give us the result we're looking for.
That's what we hope as well, that all efforts will come together and hopefully produce the results that would benefit, benefit the people of Nigeria. Very quickly, I think just that point around what Dr. Bati had asked, I'm not sure if you answered in terms of, let me rephrase. Are you communicating with the other civil society groups? In 10 seconds, are you in communication with them? You talked about a launch, a coalition. Are you working together? Are you sharing information? I think
you say you don't trust other people.
Yes, because the truth is that there's power in collaboration.
No, I did not say I did not trust other person. I said I trust what I am doing.
Okay. All right,
okay, but what I mean is that we're communicating with a whole lot of people.
Okay.
We're having a lot of communication with a lot of civil society, even Yaga.
Okay.
We've had a lot of collaboration letters to them.
That's very good.
And then also, note that also, apart from just this, we are also building a mass line of people all the way to polling units called Guidance of Mandate Project.
Okay.
That one is going to be, all going to use in case, because even if you sign the Electoral Act, people are still going to monitor that at the end of the day.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
I'm so grateful to you for coming on the show today.
Thank you so much.
Last week, the Joint Committee of the National Assembly on Constitutional Review approved the creation of an additional state for the Southeast Geopolitical Zone. The committee also agreed to revisit the over 278 pending requests for new local government areas and 55 proposals for new states, noting that a newly formed subcommittee will handle additional reviews. While many are calling for the creation of a Neoma state, which has gained momentum, a chieftain of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, Kenneth Okonkwo, has urged the Southeast to narrow its state creation agenda to Adada State. Okonkwo made the calls on Monday during the morning show, saying Adada State, with its capital in Nsukka, remains the most suitable choice. Joining us on this show to discuss the National Assembly's approval of the creation of a new state in the Southeast is Kenny Okulubo, Strategic Communications Consultant to the Senate President, Senator Godswill Akpabio. Good morning, Ken Okolubo. Hello.
Good morning, Ruben Abati. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for joining us. Well, very quickly,
Good
State
morning.
Creation.
Thank you for having me. Okay.
Thank you for honoring our invitation. State creation. We're arm of the view that we don't need states, additional states, that we need to get these states viable to make sure that they are centers of productivity rather than centers of consumption. The ones we have are getting more money under President Tinubu. What are they even doing with the money? And now we say we will create more centers of consumption. And the kind of danger that informs that position is what is happening now. Kenneth Okonkwo came here, he said, oh, it should be Adada State in the southeast. You are saying no, it should be Anioma State, because Anioma has strategic oil fields in the, I think, in the Ukwani area, and that Anioma is more viable now. Before you know it, there will be more debates, more quarrels, and all that. But you want to make a case for Anioma State. So, make the case. And why do you think it should not be Adada State? Tomorrow somebody will come up and mention another option. But make a case for Anioma State. And it's Anioma in the southeast. I thought Anioma was in the Delta. Ukwane area, is it not Delta? So please.
Well, thank you, Abati, once again. Congratulations on your milestone that will be coming up on Friday, next Friday, on getting to Diamond. And I know our road to be leading to Lagos. But having said that, let me also make it clear that I'm not speaking here for my principal, the distinguished Senate President, Godswill Akpabio. I'm speaking essentially as someone from Anioma State and someone who has a passion for the region. Yes, Ukwani, which is the local government area I come from, is part of Anioma State. It has 9 local government areas. It has the Ika, it has the Anyocha South, Anyocha North, Oshimili, and that is where the acronym actually came from. When you say Anioma, it's A is for it's for the entire region of the 9 states. When you say we are not from the southeast, you see a lot of our people have gone with that misconception that it's like a one-man show being driven by my Senator Ned Nwoko. I support this because it has been an agitation that has been for 50 years. If you remember very well, someone like you, Ruben, will remember that the Rikife Commission in 1975 that dwelt on the issue of creation of states. Anioma was one of the states that were submitted before the creation of Bendel and every other state, you understand, from Bendel. Before now, we had the Western Igbo. When we had the 3 regions, we had the North, South, and the West. We were classified as Western Igbo. Then we came to Midwest Igbo. Then we came to Delta Igbo. And Igbo is a corrupted way of pronouncing Igbo. And some of my brothers from the Ndokwa Okwani extraction who tend to fight and say we don't want to be associated with the Igbo. Some live in self-denial. Why do I say this? I was the editor of the book of the history of, that's the book of Ndosumili and Okwani, people of the Niger Delta. This book was written by my late father, very Reverend Professor Okolubo. And when this book was written, he didn't publish it before he died. He only published the Christianity aspect. I published that book in 2004. And I was able to read that book back to back as the editor of the book. And I remember very well that the book clearly stated and was confirmed by Professor Barry Kim, a foremost historian, who says that we are from the Igbo extraction, but we also have the Edos who came to settle, independent settlers. We have the Igalas. But in all, we cannot deny the cultural and linguistic affinity of our people from Ndokwa West and Ukwani and Ndokwa East to the Anioma area. Why are we saying Anioma is viable? Ndokwa happens to be the area that has the largest gas reserve in West Africa. We're completely shortchanged when, for example, when I was a commissioner in Delta State, when I had the privilege of serving in Deso Padek, our quantum of production was just 9%, which I thought was not fair. The Shekiris had 29%, the Jaws had 27%, the Urubos had 21%, and the Isokos had 14%. And I was further reduced to 4% because I had a colleague who was serving with me, that I had to do 90 projects was because I had to go cap in hand begging begging the members of the House of Assembly who were from Anyocha, Oshimili, and Ika to give me the jobs because they were not considered as oil producing. So there are works that were domiciled in my area. That was domiciled in the oil producing area. I took them to my area. That was one of the secrets of my success. So I know what marginalization is, and I know the advantage of us going to Anyoma. And don't also forget that in 2006, there was a committee set up by the National Assembly, headed by Iwanyanwu, for there to be creation of state. Anyoma was also one of those who was promoted by the late Asagba of Asaba. And so it is not a one-man show as is being connoted. We believe in the project, and I believe by the time the referendum is done, our people would have been educated on the reason why we should have the Anyoma in the southeast, because the southeast has been said to be a dotted region, a landlocked region. Now, if you create Anyoma state, and for example, we also collaborate with ANIM, which has been one of the states that is agitating, you will now have the area no more landlocked, because we are bordered by the Isokos, the Urubus, Ethiopia East, on our borders. And I think it's going to be a win-win situation if this one state is considered by the government of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. It will be a landmark decision to be the first state to have been created under the civilian regime, as it were.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you this question that I think we've asked a number of our guests, and I'd like to get your perspective on this. Should we be creating more states? I ask because while I understand the sentiment and the arguments for the creation of Anyoma state in the spirit of fairness, if you look at the number of states per geopolitical area, but in a recent report by Budget where we looked at the state of the states, about 28 states in Nigeria are not viable, including the states that have resources. Because I hear you talk about gas deposits. There are states that have oil deposits. There are states that have mineral deposits that are not viable. Should we not be looking at more resource, the way that resources and revenue is distributed among states, as opposed to creating more states? More states means more seats in the National Assembly. The women are also still pushing for more seats. The bill to have more seats exclusively for women in the National Assembly. This is money, revenue going into this. Should we be clamoring for more states or looking at other ways to even make the present states more viable and to reduce the cost of governance?
Okay, I actually went for that retreat with my senator, Led Nwoko, and one of the things that were canvassed was the issue you have just raised, the viability of the states. Now, a committee has been set up. It's a very important question you have asked. This committee is headed up by Senator Mungunu. He's the chief whip of the Senate. The one for the House of Rep is headed by Honorable Julius. You have Senator Dan Zazdawu, you have Senator Ume, you have Senator Dixon, and I think you also have Senator Adeola as part of that committee. Now, what are they supposed to do? They're supposed to put up modalities for which we are going to use in terms of determining which they are going to use in terms of determining which of these states are viable. That is why in the Southeast, Senator Omer is representing the Southeast, and Honorable Miriam Onoha is representing the Southeast in the House of Reps. What I think they should do is to hit the ground running. Why Anyoma is particular is because Anyoma will be very viable. Anyoma already can even take care of itself without even IGR. We are agrarian, and we know how to produce a lot of farm produce, apart from our large gas deposit. And, you might not know this, Ayo, but we have Eneja, we have Pillar, we have Platform, we have Ajib, we have Midwestern, we have about 7 upstream companies producing crude oil in Ndokwa land now, and about 4 others in the downstream, which comes to about 11. And so, in terms of viability, I think Anyoma stands heads over heels above any state, I dare to say, in the 7 zones or in the 6 zones that the agitation is being made. And the advantages are such that, why do you create local governments? It's to bring government nearer the people. And even though the issue of viability is something you must put in the front burner, if the modalities are put into place, I think this one state that will be created, after this one state is created, then you can look at the viability of the other zones, because it was also said that there should be states for each of the zones, which will make the Southeast 7 states. If it is now eventually approved, every other zone will be 7 states, apart from the Northwest, that will be 8 states. So Anyoma is a win-win situation for Anyoma if you look at it. And I like us to deepen this debate, maybe outside this forum. And that's why I think Kenneth Okonkwo did not look at it with the empirical facts that were on the table. He spoke about Dada states because that is where he comes from. I know, like Ruben Abati said, everybody will want to be interested in their own zone. But the facts are very clear that in the 7 states that are being touted in the Southeast, Orashi, Aba, Etiti, Adada, Anim, and Anyoma, Anyoma stands to be most viable.
Okay. Okay, I'd like to come in here. You're talking about viability of Anyoma and all of that. So you talk about viability, that Anyoma has all the infrastructure on ground now. You said it's a fertile land. As we speak, can you tell me the tonnage of food that has been produced in Anyoma? Because almost every state in Nigeria is fertile, but we don't see the empirical. Can you tell me the tonnage of rice, beans, maize, cowpea that is being produced in Anyoma as we speak now?
No, we don't have rice. We have cassava. We have gari. We have yam.
Okay, can you tell me the tonnage of this food that's been produced?
We can export it.
Can you tell me the tonnage?
Why I can't give you the exact tonnage because we're not being allowed? Hold on. Why I can't give you the exact tonnage because we're not allowed to? We're not exporting now. But I'm telling you that the viability is such that we'll be able to export.
No.
Gari
I'm not saying in
Anyoma.
export. I'm saying production tonnage. You might produce and not even export. Can you give me the viable tonnage that is even being produced, that is being farmed?
No, I can't give the exact tonnage.
Okay, so we don't have data on that. Secondly, so we don't have data on that. So we don't even know what the viability is like, since we don't have empirical data on that. Secondly, I want to read something to you from the Willings Commission report of 1958. And this Willings Commission report came after the 57 constitutional conferences we had. And in the 57 constitutional conferences, a lot of people were advocating for state creation just like you are advocating for. In fact, then they were talking about Calabar, Ogoja, Rivers states, and other states in the country. Then the British put it to a commission headed by Willings. And these were their explanation. As regards viability, they said the new states will lack manpower, finances, and clean boundaries. And they will create fresh minorities. Because the problem you are trying to solve with the marginalization of the Anyoma people will now arise because people like the Mundokwa, some year down the line, will say, no, why must we be with these other sets of people? Because exactly that was what happened when we had Bendel states. The people in Delta felt, why must we be with the Edo people? They are the ones taking everything. We created Delta State, and Delta State has not solved the problem. The second point from the Willings report in 58, it will create divisiveness. It will create more problems of divisiveness. These were some of the recommendations of the Willings report, and those recommendations are still apt today. State creation will create the need to create more state creation because we will have to actually see a bigger level of agitation. What will you say as regards some of the arguments as espoused in the Willings reports?
You see, that report, was skewed because the British had divided us with their boundary delineation. For example, Ndoni in Rivers State, Ndoni, they speak pure Kwani. They are brothers, they are sisters, but in terms of delineation, it took the Ndoni people from original Delta or Bendel or Undokwa it should have been on, it took them to Rivers. And you also know that you have the Jaws in six states. Just like you also have in Ndokwa, we have the Soko-speaking people in Ndokwa East. What you have said is not far from the truth, but because the British people knew what they were doing, they knew that they brought the issue of divide and rule, which you must agree. They feared that the more independent people became by the creation of states, the more people were going to be vociferous, the more people were going to resist their rule, and so they did not want this to happen. And so if you're taking us back there, then maybe we're going back to what we would not want to remember, which was why you can see that even when the Asaba massacre happened during the Civil War, a lot of people kicked against it because Asaba Division had been put to Benin Division. Abo had been put to Warri Division, to Yoruba side, and they did not want us to have our own identity as it is. But you see, creating fresh minorities would always happen. There is no way you, maybe you can call it that because I'm from Ndokwa today, I want to be the king on the table when Anyoma state is created. Yes, I see where you are coming from, but that should not stop us from saying that we correct this imbalance of the 5 states that the Southeast have had. Then we can judge with our Southeast brothers without having to look like we are going to become conquerors because we have oil reserves, we are producing crude oil. We can now understand ourselves, and that modalities that will be worked out will allow us to live, you know, peaceably together without people now thinking that, oh, once you're a minority, you're not going to get what you have. Because I know what you're saying is one of the reasons we're talking about is on the basis of equity. But we are Igbo. Our ancestors are from the Igbo land, and you cannot deny that fact that ties Anyoma to the Southeast.
Well, you know, I started by saying new states
yes, I can hear you.
Will most likely create new problems. Already, as you were talking, some people have started sending messages. One person says, if a state must be created in the Southeast, it must be Imbise State. One of your Anyoma brothers sent a message from London and said, let Okolugbo face the issue. We are not Igbos. We are Anyoma. You should just not talk about we coming from Igbo land. And you have repeated it. Another person has also intervened. So you see, new states, new problems. But you say you want an Anyoma state. Fine. And we thank you for joining us for this conversation and making your case. You didn't say why you don't want Adada state. So before Kenneth Okonkwo comes back. And he says,
because Adada state is not as viable as Anyoma.
Okay.
That's why.
Okay. I'm sure Kenneth Okonkwo is listening to you. But thank you all the same.
One-time Nigerian Minister for Agriculture under the administration of former President Goodluck Jonathan, and since 2015 President of the African Development Bank, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, CON, is in the final lap of his second and final 5-year term at the helm of Africa's biggest multilateral financial institution. Known to don a signature bow tie, this multilingual global leader has had his plate full in the past decade, leading development finance interventions across Africa's 54 economies and helping to amplify Africa's voice on the global stage in matters ranging from climate change, food security and agriculture, as well as debt relief, youth and women's empowerment, and technological innovation. Under his leadership, the bank's shareholders recently agreed to a 150% increase in the bank's capital, moving it from $93 billion to $208 billion, the largest capital increase in the history of the bank since 1964. On the occasion of his receipt of the prestigious Obafemi Awolowo Leadership Prize at a ceremony in Lagos, Nigeria, we sat down with the AFDB president to talk about his leadership journey at the bank, food security in Africa, Nigeria's economic trajectory, amongst other topics. Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, CON, President of the African Development Bank, thank you for granting Arise this exclusive interview. It's a real pleasure.
Thank you for having me.
So you are in Nigeria, in town, on the occasion of your award as a recipient of the Obafemi Awolowo Leadership Prize by the Obafemi Awolowo Leadership Foundation, which celebrates leadership excellence and legacy. What does this award mean to you?
Well, you know, first and foremost, I must say I am tremendously humbled by the award, and also all the great things that Chief Emeka Anyaoku and the selection committee had to say about me. And of course, I'm also following some great leaders. You know, President Thabo Mbeki, and of course, you have Professor Wole Soyinka and Are Babalola, and so on. So it's humbling to have to be in that category. But this means a lot to me. I've by God's grace, won a lot of global awards, but it's the most personal for me. Personal because it's named after the person who gave many of us opportunities to be able to go to school, without Papa Awolowo actually doing free education. In the Western region in those days when I was born, maybe I wouldn't have been able to have education, and maybe you would not be here interviewing me today. And that's because I think it's an award that speaks to the importance of leadership, public-facing, people-centric, welfareist policies, and how that can change opportunities for people. So this is an award actually that's a home award for me, but also an award that brings me back in history and reminds me of what I need to continue to do to improve the lives of people.
Indeed, it's fair to say, you mentioned Obafemi Awolowo. He's clearly a leadership inspiration. Do you have any other leadership inspirations?
Well, yeah, there's so many leaders that I can refer to, but I'm not going to try and do that. What I try to do is to learn what are the secrets of leaders and what makes them effective leaders. And I think, at the head, for me, I ask myself in my own leadership journey, what are some of the things that are unique to me? First is I don't think leadership is really about your head. You have your brain to think about what you have to do, but effective leaders and impactful leaders must lead from their heart. It must be really that. And secondly is that, I really value the importance of public accountability in leadership, that at the end of the day, you're given all these huge opportunities to transform the lives of people. And so I think leaders don't have the luxury of resting. They have to constantly push themselves to improve the lives of people, because they put their lives and their livelihoods in your hands. And the last thing, I guess, when it comes to leadership for me is I really think that leaders should always bring the future faster into the present.
So they have to be visionary. And one of the things they say about leadership, we know this saying, uneasy lies the head that wears the crown. It's been almost 10 years now with you at the helm of one of Africa's biggest multilateral institutions. And it's fair to say every leadership journey has its ups and downs and its milestones. So what were some of the big milestones? And some of those may be challenging times. And what would you say it drew in terms of your leadership ability and skills? How were you tested, and how did you overcome in this almost 10-year journey?
Yeah, first and foremost, when I was elected president of the African Development Bank, I became the first Nigerian in the history of the bank since 1964 to be president of the African Development Bank. So I'm actually always very much aware that I'm not my own person. I represent a whole continent, but I also represent the confidence of 208 million people from my country that actually supported me to be there. I think when it comes to the issue of some of the things about leadership, it's, when I was elected, I asked myself the question, now, what exactly am I going to do? And I told myself that there's nothing more important for me than to be given the responsibility and the resources and the confidence of our shareholders to go and transform the lives of the continent of my birth. And so it's not a job as far as I'm concerned. It's a mission and a responsibility that I have to this continent to do that. And so I started off by actually laying out a clear vision of exactly how I want to see Africa different. One, I don't accept poverty as normal. I think we have to end poverty in Africa. And so I said, look, 5 key things we're going to do is light up and power Africa, give Africa 100% access to electricity, feed Africa. I believe that if you cannot feed yourself, you cannot develop with pride. And therefore you have to feed your people, and nutritious people, productive people. The third is to industrialize Africa. I don't accept that Africa has to be at the bottom of the value chain in anything that we have natural comparative advantage on. So how do you turn that into real assets for yourself competitively and globally? That's very important. But also to integrate Africa. We've got 54 countries, and we've got a population of 1.4 billion people. And so we must be able to industrialize and not get stuck at the bottom of value chains, and use that market size to grow ourselves, okay? And finally, the 5th one is to improve the quality of life of the people of Africa, and that you have improving the skills and the education for young people in particular. Trying to make sure financial systems work for young people, and in particular women, because I'm a very, very pro women person all through my career. The importance of water and sanitation, but also making sure that people have top quality healthcare services. So those are the things that I set out to do, and it kind of was a bit funny in the beginning because people thought, oh, high fives, it's like hi, you know. But in fact, the very powerful thing with my team and the board of directors, there was an external assessment done of those high fives by the United Nations Development Program. You know what they found? They said if Africa achieved those high fives, Africa would have achieved 90% of the Sustainable Development Goals globally. Wow. And they will have achieved 90% of the Agenda 2063 of our heads of state, which is the Africa we want. So we're relentless in making sure that we push for this. In fact, we just developed a new 10-year strategy for the bank. And we're trying to think of many things that we could do. We went back to the countries, and guess what they told us? Just continue doing the high fives because they're having impacts on us in our countries. And in the last 8 years now, that almost 9 years now that I've been president of the bank, those high fives have impacted on the lives of 400 million people. So as a leader, I think that's the excitement part. But there are also challenges that you have to think about in trying to do that. One, of course, is you can have a great idea, a big ambition, but they say money answers all things. So if you don't have the money to do it, it just dies, you know. And so the first thing that I had to do was to, very early in my term, seek the support of our shareholders. We have great shareholders. We have 81 shareholders of the bank. You know, 54 of them are from Africa, 27 of them are from outside of Africa, to increase the capital of the bank. And it was not a walk in the park because no president of the bank ever since 1964 has tried to do anything like that in your first term, you know. But I knew that if we didn't have the resources, we couldn't really transform Africa faster. So, but at the end of the day, the shareholders agreed, and they increased the capital of the bank from $93 billion to $208 billion, increasing it by 150, literally, billion dollars.
The largest capital increase
ever in the history of the bank. And so I am very, very satisfied with that. And the other one, of course, is we have quite a number of low-income countries. There are 37 of them that cannot access what I call it, the more commercial part of the bank, which is the one I just explained to you. So we have something called the African Development Fund. And so we do it every 3 years, replenishment and so on. Again, by the confidence of our shareholders, we had our 16th replenishment in 2022, and that we were able to raise, this is donor money, grant money, we were able to raise $8.9 billion, which again is the largest ever raised in terms of replenishment for the African Development Fund since it was established in 1973. So those are the things that I felt were very important to do. But you were mentioning the issue of challenges there. There's nothing you do that does not have challenges. I think the courage to continue to pursue what you believe in, not being selfish, being focused on people, and being driven, and which are the things that I really like to do. And we continue to do those things. And I am delighted that despite challenges that Africa faced with COVID, challenges that Africa faced, and we can talk about in terms of food and all that, we've been able to collectively, I wouldn't say just the African Development Bank, with the countries and also with other partners, been able to keep Africa's growth resilient.
Yeah, fantastic. And congrats on those two significant milestones. Now, I want to take you back a bit, just on this issue of leadership. Clearly, you thrive on results and outcomes, and you're very passionate and driven about the work you do. There was a time you were Minister of Agriculture in Nigeria, and from a leadership perspective, how does that compare to leadership of a multilateral institution? Because the way I think about it, you're leading a group organization or a country of diverse interests. You run for elections. You may get re-elected if you're lucky. And you also face the challenge of using limited resources to achieve development outcomes and goals. So how would you compare those two leadership stints in your life?
Well, I think being a minister prepared me for the global assignment that I have today.
Right.
And some of the things that I did as minister are exactly what I'm replicating at bigger scale for the continent, which is when I was minister, I was relentless. I was very sharply focused. I felt that my responsibility was not the flag of Nigeria, but to make sure that the results are impactful on the lives of people. So I held myself and my team. I had a fantastic team when I was Minister of Agriculture. We worked very closely with farmers. I'm a results-driven person. I think leadership must be all about accountability. You don't have the luxury of ululation. You have the responsibility of execution and delivery and impact at scale.
Yes.
And so that was what we did. But now, being head of African Development Bank, Africa's premier financial institution, and by the way, the only AAA financial institution rated by global credit agencies in Africa. Well, that means I've got to work with 54 African countries. I have to work with 27 non-African countries. So your ability to listen, your ability to respect people, your ability to manage diversity, your ability to compromise on what needs to be compromised while not losing track of your vision. And sometimes your ability to even get people that may have different views to coalesce around what you think is the right vision, if you actually do believe in what you're doing. So it's a much more, several times more complicated than that. I didn't have to raise money when I was minister. There was a budget allocation. Now I got to raise a lot of money. But I think that I would tell you it gives me great satisfaction because I'll constantly tell my staff and colleagues at the bank that, our role, we're sitting there in the boardrooms every time and we're looking at proposals, for countries and private sector. I always tell myself first, and also have to tell my staff, which they know, is the poor people or the people, general people that we represent, they are not in this boardroom, but they are not statistics. And therefore, if you strain your ears enough, you must be able to hear what their feelings are. And you must make sure that when you're making decisions, you have to fast track things. There's no reason why what people should have should always be in the future. It has to be much earlier. And so it's a much complicated and much complex set of challenges that you have to do at that particular level. But I enjoy it because, as I told you, it's not a job. It's a mission for me. And I remember when I was re-elected in 2020 for second term, and I was so happy because I got great support, of course, from President Buhari. He stood behind me here and beside me here, despite the challenges I was facing at that particular time. But I was re-elected with 100% of all the votes of all the African shareholders and 100% of all the votes of the non-African shareholders. You see, in the African Development Bank, we probably have the most competitive election in the world for any position. And I mean that because you have to win what we call a double majority. Right? You got to win the African votes, and you have to win the non-African votes. And so that's a show of confidence in your leadership or not. And by God's grace, I won 100% on both sides, which is the first time it has ever happened in the history of the bank since 1964. So I think at the end of the day, what I'm saying is that your bank is only as strong as your shareholders.
Indeed.
And you are only as effective as the trust and confidence that people put into you. So I always value trust. I have to manage trust, but I have to deliver on the trust because that's most important. That's why I'm there.
Yeah. And, sometimes in the course of leadership, you also have to take difficult decisions. Looking at some of the statistics around food insecurity, it's fair to say agriculture is your first professional love.
Yes.
You have a PhD in agricultural economics. In 2017, you were awarded the World Food Prize. A year before that, the Food and Agricultural Organization had put out a statistic saying there were about 224 million people around the world who are undernourished. And fast forward 7 years later, there's about 224 million people who are undernourished. And so the question in my mind is, are our development interventions, the development finance interventions, especially around food security, then when you then layer on the complication of climate change, are those interventions working, in your view, including the ones that the AFDB is undertaking?
No, absolutely. I think they are working. There's still quite some journey, some ways to go. But you know, when I was minister here, what I pushed for, which was very successful, was that agriculture is not a way of life. Agriculture is a business. Because 70% of the population live in the rural areas. So if you're ever going to change their lives and trajectories of themselves, their kids, good housing, health, and everything else, you've got to make agriculture a very, very wealthy sector. That way they can get jobs, they can do many things. And that's what I did as Minister of Agriculture, and it worked. But when I got to the African Development Bank, the first thing I had to let central bank governors and ministers of finance understand is that, you know, it's something where you got inflation. And of course, we all know that in macroeconomics, it's pretty straightforward in terms of tightening money supply, you raise interest rate and make people save more money and all that. Yes. But the fact is that in many African countries, majority of African countries, is that if you look at a consumer price index, 65% to 70% or 75% of that is the price of food.
Yes.
And so if I am trying to manage it from just the monetary policy side, you can't succeed. You therefore have to have a structural approach to that. So I am very big on making sure you can drive the price of food down. So that's why at the African Development Bank, when I became president, I put top priority on food and agriculture. And we are investing over a 10-year period, $25 billion into agriculture. And let me tell you some of the things that are really working with regard to that. First is, in agriculture is, if you have to have high-performing technologies to raise the yields of farmers so can produce more and make more money and lower the cost of production. So I set up something with my approval of our board called Technologies for African Agricultural Transformation. And it is, I'm not going to go into all the details, but basically what it does is that taking high-performing technologies and putting it in the hands of farmers, not hundreds, millions and millions of farmers, because for me, I always tell my staff, I don't do Mickey Mouse stuff. You know, if you're going to solve a problem, solve it at scale of tens and hundreds.
Are we talking smallholder farmers? Or?
Smallholder farmers, medium-scale farmers, but largely 80% of them are smallholder farmers. You know, and so what we did was, I'll give you an example. In the last 5 years, that platform has delivered high-yielding technologies for 13 million farmers across many African countries. I'll give an example from Ethiopia. In Ethiopia, we supported them to have access to heat-tolerant wheat varieties. You know, wheat is a temperate crop. But in a context of climate change, you are able to get technologies that can grow in a tropical environment very well for wheat. Well, I was talking to the Prime Minister, and we encouraged him, Prime Minister Abiy of Ethiopia. So in 2018, they started with 5,000 hectares. You know how much it grew this year of those varieties? 2.1 million hectares. Ethiopia became self-sufficient in wheat in 3 years. This year, Ethiopia became a net exporter of wheat. And so I am convinced that since Africa has 65% of all the arable land left uncultivated in the world, that's got to be the source of wealth for us. Look, oil is important. Gas is important, don't get me wrong. Nobody drinks oil and nobody smokes gas, but everybody eats food all the time around the world. And so that's why at the bank, we went further. I was actually quite scared when the war in Ukraine started with Russia, because it just actually was quite eye-opening, because I didn't even realize that Africa was depending on Russia, on Ukraine for almost most of the wheat and most of the maize. So the prices just went up globally. Price indices, food price indices went up globally. So I said to myself, no, this cannot continue to happen. And so I remember I was asked to give a testimony in front of the U.S. Senate Committee on Foreign Relations. And I said, well, look, I don't believe that the way we can solve this problem, they were asking how it could be solved, was Africa going with bowls in hand and begging for food. No way. But the way to solve it is to put seed in those bowls. Africa put seed and plant those seeds and produce yourself, because there's no development with pride without being able to feed yourself. And so what the board of our bank did was, I went to them with my staff and presented, asked for a $1.5 billion facility, emergency food production facility, to help Africa to produce massive amount of food, of wheat and rice, and also maize, you know. And guess what? Today we are supporting 20 million farmers in more than 34 countries that are producing now 38 million metric tons of food. And why is that important? The total amount of food that we were going to lose from Ukraine and Russia was 30 million metric tons. So we're going to produce 8 million metric tons more than that. Now, with that confidence and seeing how the countries reacted, I felt encouraged to now go to our leaders and say, let's do more. And so I got together with President Macky Sall of Senegal, who was then the chairman of the African Union Commission, African Union, and said, Mr. President, let's go all the way, because short term is short term, structural long term is what's most important. So we decided to have what's called the Feed Africa Summit, which we held last year in Dakar. It was mind-blowing. We had 34 heads of state and government that showed up physically. President Buhari was there at the time. We had the president of Ireland who was there, the first lady from Ireland, for 4 days of the meeting. Here are the things that really excited me about it, was this was not a summit where heads of state read speeches. No, in fact, I said, we are not going to have speeches, but speak from your heart about what needs to change and the responsibility and the leadership that our heads of state have to take on. And they were amazing. You know, we organized them into investment boardrooms. We put investors, we got private sector, we put multilateral financial institutions, everybody into a room and say, what is the plan for your country to be food self-sufficient in 3 years? Sovereignty in food. And we put that plan together. And while we were putting that plan together, I remember one of the sessions, and the president of, I think it was Sierra Leone, President Bio of Sierra Leone, it was 3:20 or 3:30, thereabout. They hadn't eaten. And so I said, Mr. President, just finish your panel. How about you guys go have lunch? But we also have the option of going to the boardrooms because all the investors are there. Which one will you choose? He said, no, we're going to go into the boardrooms and figure out how to feed our people, and we give up our own lunch. President Macky Sall had a state dinner for these presidents. He didn't get takers. Why? The presidents, many of them were in those investment boardrooms till 11 p.m. You tell me which meeting you've ever seen in Africa that happens. So that tells me that our leaders understand the importance of developing with pride. The neighbor may love you to death, but it's not the job of your neighbor to feed your kids.
Yeah, indeed.
And so you got to be able to do that. So I'm very proud of that. And, you know, within 72 hours of that meeting, we had raised globally $30 billion to implement those things. And within 6 weeks of that summit, globally, we had worked to raise $72 billion to implement them. And so what I'm trying to say is that, you see, leadership, in my view, dealing with a world of complexity, requires humility. It requires that you manage your ego. It requires that you understand, this is me, that it's not about my flag, and this is what I do, this is what I've done, this is what I've achieved. No, people don't eat your ego. People require us to work together. And that's why at the bank, you know, they have a way of leadership principle that I call the baobab principle. And the baobab, you know, it's a big, giant African tree. You try to put your hand around a baobab tree, you can't do it.
Yeah.
But if I had so many people stretch their hands around a baobab tree, guess what? We can do it. So they know me at the bank, and I am relentless because I am impatient for accelerated development. But you cannot have that if you walk alone. You have to work with others. So effectiveness in being able to mobilize people for global action and impact is what matters to me.
Indeed, and you know, one of the areas of leadership as an African continent that some observers may have criticized in terms of Pan-Africanism is around the climate change debate and narrative. And so the question for you is, does Africa have strong enough leadership on climate change as it impacts the continent? COP after COP, the commitments are made. Some would say the elusive $100 billion funding commitment made by countries in the global north. Around 70% of funding from your institution, AFDB, climate funding goes to climate adaptation to help the continent.
Enough of this nonsense. This nonsense. What this guy they talk? The boo-boo us. Talk for African leader, African leader. What do you be? Aren't you a leader? Huh? Who's African leader? Bros don't show. This bros they show for White House today. We'll join them later. All these mumus where they talk all the time. African leader, African leaders. Are you blessed? Baby Nigerian man. These are ordinary Nigerians. So where are we this fight? Bros don't show. Me? Right. What is this guy saying? What is grammarian? Scientifically, Nigeria is a failed state. And if you talk on let's revisit these fights.
The dog that we have that we voted in is watching this. Yes, the one in general. Everybody knows. Yes, you are standing here. Which one? I am the person.
No blessed name, you're ordinary.
They call me one in general. If you want to be one in general, you touch me. I'm not entering.
Leaders,
Nobody has entered. You live in the stadium. It's at the truth.
I think let's go. Because the only doesn't in Nigeria with the problem with the poor people. So I understand now. The rich people blame themselves, while the poor people blame themselves. What do you say now we Nigerians, with the poor people, are the problem. Additional will come in like the leaders, and then with the problem. You see? So we are not ready. Somebody is deceiving somebody. The other blessing is deceiving me. They deceive me. Definitely somebody is deceiving somebody. But it's all right. We shall find out who is deceiving somebody. And the day we will catch the deceiving somebody, the deceiver, we'll beat down to support. That's what we do in our republic. How much they pay this guy? I want to do this job. Oh. President, I know if you do this kind of job. To get most, they know it easy for me. Oh. Give me 4 weeks. Or come on like A macho man. My sister will break your fingernail. I got it like that. So
The resolution is very, very simple.
whatever it takes.
Obey the Constitution of the Nigerian Republic. Obey the rule of
She na Nigeria Constitution. I been now. Which Constitution? Blessed. Now don't come again. No. I don't understand now. People have too many constitutions. Constitution everywhere, and nobody they follow any of the constitution. We have family constitution. We have village constitution. We have a church constitution. We have party constitution. Even Dr. Damage is a great constitution for Dr. Damage issue. Everybody get constitution. I only me no get constitution. I get one. My country just the IRA. That's my constitution. Every other thing belongs to the cabal. See men with guns, and wicked go dey cry say military men dey oppress them. Look at this. People will never see understand why America have a second amendment. This is why. Don't be only government people go they carry gun, they wrong, call they do shakara for you. They carry military. Oh, no, that's everybody gets. That's why I say they don't too shout. They don't too shout. Because they gun, we can carry gun. Cover body, now make they shout. So me all those men who they inside. When go shout, oh man, everybody is this trap. Yeah, everybody get guns. You don't go to shout. But you know, this is they blessed them. And then they run things. So Sarah job will fit me, Abi. Telling you. Because I dey pray may my governor come make come America. I go find out. You go just hear me say the shot. Pakomezi. Governor where they shake the whole world with Trachi. When governors speak, the whole world will listen. Governor where they walk out for God. I go study that guy for like four straight days. Now only the guy I go to listen to. And that guy now be our leader. Now be the leader of this. Now new job will they create so. That job will they create. So once you come America, I'll turn on to international hustle, diaspora hustle. But then they say that they pay me. They never see. So we can get guns. I make him voice high. Everybody get gun. Bless the way no, bless the way we don't run out of patience. So you not gonna know where you go throw away when they reach for the street. When we get the rivers, not be dancing they dance. Because everybody get gone, kinda. Gun there, every gun go enter. I just whistle they go blow. Gun go full everywhere. So the guy know the fish and I dance they dance. I'm surprised I bet the season of dance never reach. Season of dance when I campaign season, anybody dance. We will try to get in diaspora wicked band. Come, see all these men they hustle now. All these people waiting in diaspora. They see you. They drink tea. They drink tea. One corner. Very soon they will go and they cry. Say old man, they chance them. See old man on the move.
Of the brand new NWC.
The old men are on the move.
In Oyo,
But
and as we came, we met some people there. The whole place was barricaded by the police. Our chairman.
listen, they were one corner of the world.
Not just here to cause trouble.
They drink
our own place.
They drink beer.
And some imposters who have been expelled by the convention, which is the highest
They provoke.
organ of the party.
And Nanjaman self, they dress like masquerade now for his eyes snow. When these old men, they crisscross. This man at Kaduna, for the Kaduna for Kaduna, now they call the Ozu. The Ozu, they make noise. They almost knock and go for head. When they don't enter power finish now, then Nanjaman will come out. They say, all these people know we know sabi English. We know go school and they run, but where are the face gone?
Kind of leadership that we have. I will advise the presidency that it should not keep people who are no longer.
Nanjaman, I mean business. So
Managing the political.
I have decided. I've concluded. I've made up my mind. A PDP.
We don't want to cause trouble to anyone.
I need that connect. Give me the connect.
We should be allowed to survive. The international
From Bauchi.
know what we are going through.
Yeah, I need that connect. I want join. I need PDP. I want join PDP. I want to be a card carrying member. No be just in diaspora, nothing like that.
To integrate our leaders and look at what is happening.
I want to be a party member because I think that's what we need. We don't need voter registration. We need party registration. Everybody should join party. All those people where they thought say, all those Nigerian where they thought say we no get ideology. Muna join party, Muna make sure your ideology is the way of that party.
Well, yesterday when I had an interface with the Commissioner of Police of the FCT, I told him that
Najaman, I'm a Nigerian. Every new word where I get card, my word with that.
To disrupt our
That's how you get a card anywhere.
Police FCT assured me upon his honor that they will do whatever is possible to protect us and guarantee us.
And the Nigeria is just like the obedience in last year when they tell us in a human being and the structure.
Former governors are here. Our members of National Assembly are here. Our members of
So I'm telling you now,
are here. And you've seen how they are now granted access.
Nigeria is my word. The whole country is my word.
PDP, a person that had been expelled to come in. They have teargas.
So anywhere I get card,
our governors who under
I
the
just go vote.
Constitution.
I don't mind. So just give me the connect.
Some of our members who have come here to attend meeting that has been lawfully called have been shot by the police. So we will be now calling on international community. I want to call on President Trump. What is at stake is not just genocide against Nigerian Christians. He should come and save democracy in Nigeria.
In the diaspora, I said I put them calling and made them save democracy. I'm calling Trump.
Nations, all advanced democracies, come and save Nigeria. Come and save democracy. Because I cannot understand how a serving minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria will be leading talks, armed talks, and then with the active connivance and support of the police to come and create mayhem here. I have said it, we are willing to lay down our lives to protect our own.
If you are willing to lay down your life, why you can't call Trump?
So Nigerians,
Trump is busy. Trump going to
you are seeing the threat that
Venezuela, Maduro.
Come and save
Trump
us.
is focused on Maduro. I did the talk of me going to save. If you are ready to lay down your life, you don't need Trump.
Only weekend and they do not like this. Any state will get address in Nigeria, you can join in that word. Address, no be address. Who? Who be address? Come on, small thing now. You get address now. No be rocket science. And then I want everybody to join a political party. Me, I want to join PDP. You know if you join PDP online, it's only in the word of your local government. That's why they thought they may give me the connects. I'm not understand you, German. Okay, you know the businessman. I expect you to say, okay, I get one, it will cost you $1,000. Then I will sue you. We all should join a political party. If we want to continue to practice party democracy, all of us must join political party. Blessed, how do we have change when our judiciary is not independent? Again, blessed. Now the politician, now they control our judicial system. Now the billionaires, the millionaires, they control our politicians. Our politicians no fit get power, no fit get office without going through political party. So the only way we fit have a say in this process so na political party. So you dey see say then they say make them comot the new INEC chairman because he get na opposition party before. I was thinking, why don't we have lawyers
with revolutionary mindset who will look into the constitution and find loopholes to hold the system hostage. We need people who are intellectual sound in the judicial system. This is not funny anymore. Things have to change. Blessed. All you need to understand to answer that question is that who they patronize the lawyers, an ordinary lawyer in Nigeria today, who be their customer? I ask that because they need to feed. Now their profession be that. That's how they eat. That's how they feed their family. They build their lifestyle. So who they patronize them? Now the politicians and the BB companies. So that's why you don't have the revolutionary ones. They put money first and you don't blame them. But again, if we are going to continue to practice party democracy, we have to join political party in mass. This thing where you they talk so. Imagine say you be PDP member. What do you think you'll be doing? You'll be engineering mindset towards what you they talk so. You go to look for lawyers that believe in what you are thinking. Before you know, una don they take over the party structure. It takes time. Why you think say PDP see they go? Now because the PDP don't dey on ground for long before. For me, it's still the best party that will stand the test of time. They have more structures. They are more. In fact, there's nowhere there's human being in Nigeria that don't know about PDP. So that's what I keep saying. Today now, if PDP need to bounce back into the forefront of competition, may they just give the ticket to Obi and mandate every obedient to to register as a PDP member. What do you think you are going to get? Blessing. Let's just for a typical example. Let's say PDP as it is now, they really won't build the party back. They carry ticket, give Obi, and say one of the conditions is that every obedient, anybody who is coming to vote for Obi, had to register to be a party member.
Clashed violently earlier today for control of the party.
It don't finish.
Secretariat in Abuja.
That means it will live longer than Obi. So in that process, you will see people with like mindset coming into the system.
The chaos escalated to the point that police fired multiple rounds of tear gas to disperse the fighters.
So what you are seeing, Blessing, now institutional capture. They don't build it. That's why they make it. I was trying to make this case on Dr. Damages the other night, but people they shout, they don't understand. When you have a political class that been in power since in the 60s, what do you think that means?
So I would like you to react, to the
they don't. Most of the companies, like literally businesses, are built with leverage, with some policies from these men, where they don't dey power for so long. Not just with their money alone, but with their policy and everything. But that's not the most. The point I was trying to make on that image is that the Islamic states, when I say it will take over the political structure of Nigeria, not be say that it will take over PDP and take over APC. No. The military is a political structure. The judicial system that you are talking about is a political structure. Right? The ministry, all these things that we're talking about, the police, even the churches, the religious houses, the traditional, all these are institutions. All you need to do is to make sure top 2-3 people or top 5 of those institutions are people that believe in your ideology. That's all you need. Why it is a wicked they shout, they cry?
because they've lost the control of the military. Some people now they give order, and that's dangerous. So the Islamic State that I talk about have taken over the political institution in the country. That's why the killing they feel they go on for that long, nothing will happen. Because even when they want ambush the terrorists, there's one person within the military hierarchy who will say, hey, we'll give a signal. And again, to understand that better, look at what Trump is doing. Trump understands that the Trump administration, the America where they did today, they know that over the years, some individuals or corporation have taken over the institutions of America and are using it against them, using it for their own benefit. So what Trump is doing, the mandate that he was given, is to overhaul all those institutions. That's why I see that they fire people anyhow. If you pay attention today now, there's a Pete Essen, that's the Secretary of War, don't sack a lot of generals, and so this thing will be. It takes time. It takes time. So imagine say obedience kick off. Say then when I was actually advocating that time, they should register instead of them meet them after the election, instead of they just come out in a mass. Register. Take over the party is possible. Might not be happen that same day, but over time, because these men say go die. Week away they shout, so no be local government in start from. Today now one of the top problem for the country. Things have to change. That's the thing. Things have time, and the way things go to change now. They tell you so. You have to get. We have to encourage people to get involved in mass. That's why I say. I think instead of telling people to go and register to vote, go and join a political party. It's a reason why. A political party, because that's the only way you can influence change.
It's not the vision and the mission.
What a political party. Let's say, as I said, if PDP absorb all the young people, all the obedience, not just to absorb them to be member, you give them responsibility, give them sense of belongingness. Make them ward chairman, secretary of party in a state, a chairman of a party in a region. Involve them, give them something to look up to every day, to wake up to, and make sure the people, this position I was given to be the party chairman of Oredo local government PDP section, I will make sure the people that will emerge from this local government are people who are upright. I will do everything I can. You dictate if money should. I mean, all these things are so they be. Now, so them they do. I am not giving you. I'm not saying what is done in America anyway. That is how these old men they work. That is how Bola Tinubu build his structures. You understand some key people everywhere and empower them. That's how the system works everywhere.
The president is in a position to ensure that.
So things don't just change just because I was using the Arab Spring as an example. The Arab Brotherhood were on ground for decades.
What do we do?
Decades to sensitize people, to encourage people to believe in the idea, what they are working on.
Democracy. But Nigerians should know and see that the FCT minister.
These leaders understand that game. That's why they are not involved in that. They are using mobilizing, apparel, and organizing. Yeah, you see, you'll be see the only pop up when it's time to go viral, any issue. But that's not even Obi's. My problem is Obi. How is it that Obi know have leadership structure up to secondary school level who will be working every day, going to door to door every day, holding debates physically? I mean, why?
PDP headquarters is shameful. But then I'm wondering,
I don't get it. I don't get the resources to move around. If not, it's very easy. All you need to do is just to put you make sure that your goal is to build an organization that will stand the test of time.
Nobody to even win a position first.
Today has nothing to do with the father.
So when they say the people are ignorant of how the system works, that's what they mean. Go there and teach them how the system works, not just with the education. Just tell them how the system works. Why it's important that who becomes a senator, a councillor, live in the same street with you, live in the same town with you. Let the people understand why the man who become House of Rep, in my mind, Papa, they go the same market with you now. The man who become local government chairman, local government, make sure your children they go the same school where your children they go. All these things you have to teach the people. You have to go there and teach the people. That's where you produce leader from. Now leadership, all these leaders who they see now we produce them. They don't come from anywhere. I think that the next distraction where they won't start, which I kind of want to agree, is what Chidi was talking about, Chidi Kalu or something. Talking about this problem is not leaders, but the socio-cultural contracts. I totally agree. Now they produce our leaders. Wike is one of us. Tinubu is one of us. Every one of them, they are one of us. They don't come from. So the next set of leader, them Nigerian man, them blessed. Yeah, you guys are Nigerians too. It is would expect anything different. Because when I did London, I don't expect anything different. So I totally agree with that, but that is not that's a continuous exercise. The social contract, there has to be continual thing. But the real problem is the structure. They are able to build a structure system that it will just the structure is structured in a way to select like minds. But it's also so volatile that anybody can take advantage of it. That's why people diverse here. Monday knows I speak English. The system is built not for people like him to be there, but because it's so open and volatile, anybody can take advantage of it. So blessed, you can form your own cult, your own cabal, and take over power and enforce what you want to see. If you don't do that, you are not likely going to see anything. So that's another short way with that. Now find money, go take over government and run it as you institute your what you want. It's a very simple and complicated system at the same time. That's why all these educated people will like on TV, they just speak grammar, to just convince the ordinary poor man. But the governance should not be something should be very accessible and understandable to everybody. That's why some people they talk about the British, they don't have a constitution, but shit is going as they want. Yeah. So in a way, everybody in a hustler. Also to get your government and run with it. And that is because there is no central agenda, no national agenda, no national unity, no national cohesion at that senior level. So
we're glad to have you join us. You're still watching Newsnight on Arise News with me, Ndi Amogo. Former governor of Jigawa State, Sule Lamido, who instituted the court case that stopped the Ibadan Convention, joins us live to speak more on that particular issue. Glad to have you join us.
Thank you. Indeed, good evening.
Good evening to you. Now that the convention held in spite of your court action, what next?
See, you should say men like this man now. These people don't start to follow politics when they like
when they're in their early 20s. So they grow through the system. However, you won't disagree with the way that they do things, or they are product of their time. Okay? So if we no join now, in the next 20 years, we will still be saying the same thing, complaining, pointing out the obvious.
You say the convention held, it means you are also not being law abiding.
Well, the convention is holding.
And they are questioning the... No. A gathering, if there is a convention, is something defined under law, our regulations and our tradition, and under the Nigerian Constitution. And since there's been a court order restraining the convention holding, therefore it cannot be a convention. So if you say it's a convention, you can be sued for contempt of court.
But there's another court order that says the convention can go on, and then the fact that the PDP said with the Supreme Court judgment that courts are not allowed to interfere in the affairs of political parties, so no court can stop them from holding their convention, and they went on.
You see, interests are very free to interpret the law, to give it their own interpretation based on their own interest. But then the question is, we are talking about the injunction from Ibadan. Mine was given on Friday by 3 o'clock, which is the latest, and is the final order given. And the order has been served on INEC, it has been also served on PDP. They are aware of this. And therefore, if you say they are holding a convention, you are also you can be held for contempt of the judgment passed.
Well, now, Bode George, I'm sure you listened to him a while ago. He says you totally misunderstood the nomination process of the party and did not follow clearly laid down procedures.
Fine. I watched him. I felt highly entertained by his own presentation. Now, I understand where he's coming from. One, he's a military man. He has no idea how PDP was formed in 1998. He has no idea the philosophy behind the formation of PDP, the thinking, the vision of the PDP, and the dream of the PDP. He had no idea how we formed the party. He was only brought on board by Obasanjo. So you can understand that. Number two, he's not gone through fully the metamorphosis of moving from a military man to a civilian. Therefore, he's still a para-civilian, not a real civilian. He's still a para-civilian. Therefore, you can understand his mentality. Three, when you're talking about time frame of a convention, a time frame given, you don't talk about going through the party, exhausting the party provision, because there's a tiny element given there. Therefore, you see, I can understand what you're saying, but then again, you see, he was the very person who led Wike into rebellion. He was the very man who led Wike into rebellion. And so when he's talking, I begin to wonder, I think kind of leader was in that place. And I feel entertained. He's still a para-civilian. He's not idea what you call your party tradition, party culture, and how civilians behave, and how we do our thing. He doesn't know. So you can excuse him for that.
All right. Now that you have mentioned Wike, interestingly, Bode George, on the floor of the convention, was the one who moved the motion, seconded by Buga, chairman of Bauchi State PDP. He moved the motion for the suspension from your party, along with some others like former governor of Ekiti State, Ayo Fayoshe. What do you make of that? Well, those are the people that are being suspended from your party. Wike is number one there, the FCT minister, who says what they have done, that the convention holding, he calls it a disco party. And Bode George agreed with him and said, yes, that's what this is about. It's about festivities. So what do you make of the suspension?
That group which has been suspended, was led by Bode George. He was their political leader. He was their elder. Therefore, they're his own people who, I don't know how. He was the very person who got them, who tried to kind of, got them into rebellion from the party. He was their leader. He was equally rebellious. I was doing antipathy with them. Now, ironically, he's now coming around to renounce the very thing he invented. I feel, I mean, consider the kind of person he is. He's still not yet, a full civilian. He's a para-civilian. So you can understand his reasoning, which is very myopic, which has no connectivity in terms of what he did yesterday. I can understand that. So please leave it. But the group he started, his own group. Those sacked, are his own boys, whom he led into rebellion. So what's the problem? He should also be sacked because that was. He should be because he was their leader.
Yeah. Now you're talking about George and leading a group, but what do you make of the suspension? Now, because the FCT has been what you could call an albatross to PDP. So now that he's been expelled along with people like Fayoshe, like I mentioned, what do you make of that? Let's just leave Bode George out. What do you make of that particular action?
You see, PDP is a party of law and order. PDP is a party which is populated by people who are very responsible, who are law-abiding. The gathering in Ibadan is not a convention which is legal. Therefore, anything they've done there is just a null and void. Whatever they did, because that convention there is not and void. The gathering there is illegal. They are only there to entertain themselves, and maybe ego curse themselves. Otherwise, they have no bearing there. Therefore, the meeting in Port Harcourt, in Ibadan, is simply a gathering of friends, for entertainment. In terms of legality, they have no legal standing. In terms of legality.
All right. So, I don't know whether I got you particularly, just a little bit of a rewind. Now that the convention went on in some quarters, the talk is that PDP is finally rising up to the occasion with the holding of this convention. And of course, the fact that you went to court. I mean, Bode George even said there are ways to handle matters. People should not go to court. So what do you intend doing? What do you intend?
Leave Bode alone, please. I know PDP better than him.
Okay, so I'm talking about you.
I know PDP better than Bode George.
I'm talking about you.
Okay, fine.
So
now,
so
you see, to me,
yeah, what do
this
you?
Conversation.
So what are you?
To me, this conversation. Let me talk to you. See, to me, this conversation about PDP, its own future, to me, is so daunting because it's a party I so much love. It's a party which I so much believed in. It's a party which I feel he gave me everything in my life because he gave me space to grow in Nigeria, to be a Nigerian governor, a Nigerian minister. So I owe PDP a lot. And I feel terribly sad that the party has been hijacked by a leadership which is which I with all respect, which I think is a little bit infantile. Leaders who have no vision, leaders who don't understand what is called party chemistry and how to manage political party management, how to manage the party. It's an institution. So all this we are doing is simply because they are simply hastening the demise of PDP. That's why that convention there. There was a submission made by the BOT chairman and Saraki about a way forward. But then what they are doing there now is compounding a problem because anything done in that place is illegal. And my pain is that the very party as is now being taken over by immigrants, so to say, because they're all immigrants. Boris is an immigrant. He has no idea what to call PDP. Immigrant PDP. Bala and others are all immigrants. So these immigrants have taken over the party because to them, they don't care what it goes to blazes. To me, if the party is hurt, I feel pain. If the party is failing, I feel very sad because that is part of me. It's something which I so much believe in, which gave me. So those who are there now have no idea the pain we went through. The pain we went through, the sacrifice we made in building the party for them to be able to be what they are now. And in any case, what is the essence of leadership is to be able to manage crisis. Sit down, reflect, and see how do we get out of crisis. Your political skill, your sagacity, that's the kind of thing you do. But when you go there and become so desperate, and you begin to indulge in self-help, and you become very panicky, then you compound the problem. The entire thing there is simply a panic event. They are so desperate, they are so panicky. So anything they do is out of panic. There is nothing like hope behind it, nothing like understanding, nothing like rationality behind it, nothing like sober mind, reflecting of if I do this, what will be the consequence of this action if I do this? Everything they do there is compounding a problem. They should be more circumspect in doing what they are doing now.
All right. So before I begin to let you go, let's for purposes of moving forward, let's assume that eventually, the convention has held, and everything turns out okay. Will you still remain in the party? Would you leave the party?
Let me correct you. Let me please correct you. Convention is organized under defined rules and regulations. That is not a convention because the convention has been challenged in court. Get this very, very clear. Number two, there is no amount of humiliation. There is no amount of harassment or anger which will make you leave PDP. Because how do I crawl out of my own skin and go somewhere, in flesh and blood? I can't do that. PDP is my party, and I believe that there's still hope. Should be able to come back. All of us, whoever is, all those who have been agreed for, look at Nigeria, the bigger picture called Nigeria and the future of Nigeria. What are the issues? Let us make sacrifice. Let's be more tolerant of each other. Let's to forgive each other. Let's come together. And then the very party which built Nigeria in the last 25 years. I mean, from 1999 to date, if you remove the PDP component in Nigeria, there's no Nigeria. It was the people who were able to restore Nigeria, get the country stabilized, for people not to be talking. So, to me, it's not, it's not late. You should be able to come back, sit down as leader. All those who have been angry, those who felt that whatever community, we should forgive each other. We should forgive each other, and then repose trust and confidence in each other, and then work towards make sure they know that the family, once united, is now recollected to our old glory. And that we can do because if we put, if we are tolerant, if we can make sacrifice, if we are more patient with each other, if we are forgiving, we can get there. And it's not difficult.
All right.
And for the sake of the big picture called Nigeria.
I love the statement you just made, and I will leave you with that before I let you go, Your Excellency, before I let you go. And the fact you're talking about reconciliation, one would have thought that being an elder statesman, former governor, and a PDP stalwart, founding member as it were, that you probably would have called everybody together, let's settle this and not go to court. Wouldn't that have been better?
In the last 1 year, I've called so many meetings, in David Mark's house, in Tanimu's house, in his office. I've called so many meetings that, look, this party, they were going, please, in the last 2 years, to date, we've lost how many governors? We've lost how many parliamentarians? The party is losing by the minute, and then people don't even care. What is the purpose of a political party? Is to win election. Now, when they were going, Nigeria can easily lose. If we're not the confidence of Nigeria, because they don't believe, because they see PDP don't have the capacity to be able to resolve this own problem. If you cannot, then we are on home. Get us organized. How do you go out and fight APC? That's the problem. So I feel that we'll do all we can, to come. One, we should be more forgiving. We should be more tolerant. We should make sacrifice. We should try and reconcile, for sake of the PDP and for others who are going to come in the future and also be governors, ministers, and whatever. That's my feeling.
All right. One will hope that will start with you, being an elder statesman, by probably, I'll probably say getting out of the court. But that's by the way. Thank you so much, former Governor of Jigawa State. Nice always talking with you, discussing with you.
Thank you. Thank you, our Larry King. Thank you, indeed.
Thank you so much. All right, glad to have you back. You're still watching Newsnight here on Horizons. Dr. Sam Amadi, Director at Abuja School of Social and Political Thought, joins me in the studio for more on the PDP convention that is holding. Glad to have you join me, Dr. Sam Amadi.
Thank you.
You just listened to me discuss with former Governor of Jigawa State, Sule Lamido, and I told him that the convention is going on, which of course it is.
Factual.
But he says there is no convention.
Well, look, I think the complication arises from also how the courts have behaved, There are two courts saying different things. When Omotosho gave his, don't go, you can't do this. The court in Oyo State said you can do it, and they're all high courts. It doesn't matter if it's federal or state. And for now, those are valid orders. So whether at the appeal you cancel one and say this is right, wrong, those are for now academic. Yeah. There's no clearance. Nobody has said which is wrong. So in a sense, this convention has legal authorization, because if I recall well, the late decision that came in on Friday was 4. Yeah. Was 4. The last The last decision was 4. So you can't say it's not legal, because unfortunately, we are now where courts are the ones authorizing actions. And that's really the problem with this process, or the way. The electoral system was not designed for courts to decide action. Because, and I've argued this for like 4 years, that INEC's lack of understanding of administrative rules and regulatory process is a problem. Those who decide party leadership, two actors, the party itself, and then the regulator. The court only comes in to review regulatory decisions. So the error, if I was INEC chairman, I would be making a determination of facts. So if A and B file to me, let's say, for example, the Labour Party, where there are people who say, oh, it's Nanadi Usman, it's INEC who should bring the whole facts together. I say, who followed the right procedure? And INEC will make a determination. So it's reversed. INEC people who wait, tie themselves and say they're waiting for court. Court has no business. Court's power of judicial review is to review action by those who are statutory regulator. It's equivalent of a bank.
And not to determine what parties do.
And then the regulators key in. No. It's the other way around. Your judicial review is an attempt by the court to review decision makers. So first, the party is the decider. And they file into the regulator, INEC. INEC reviews the facts, That's why I say INEC is a quasi-judicial institution. Because INEC has to establish who is the proper chairman of a party.
The chairman of INEC, presently constituted today, is a lawyer.
He's a senior lawyer. Interestingly, many Nigerian senior advocates I've engaged with are a little bit low on understanding administrative procedure. I mean, because we've not done a lot of regulatory work as a country. We are at the elementary level. By the way, NEC, look at the electricity regulation. We just started it. So we don't understand the regulatory law. We don't understand public sector law. So I can speak from someone who has a PhD in this, and someone who has had 5 years of extensive work as a regulator. The proper procedure, INEC is a finder of facts. And INEC acts like if it's a court. Because if the law says INEC is a regulator of party, INEC regulates parties. So when you have a problem, first, parties have constitution. INEC guidelines should guide the development of party constitution. That's why INEC regulates. And that's why INEC has not done well. They've not regulated parties. So when the parties elect their people, they fight to INEC. They say, these are our new. So INEC would have had their people on ground, review the document, and say, okay, these guys follow the rules. It's for the court. If you're aggrieved, you go to the court. The court will not say, well, INEC did right or wrong. And that's why typically the judicial approach is to defer to INEC. The courts don't sit and, the Nigerian judiciary judges like.
But now INEC is, I'm not cutting you short, you will continue. INEC is deferring to the courts.
INEC would tell you, we can't say A or B. So they wait for the last order. Order comes, go. They go to the airport. Order comes, don't go. They return back to their base. That's not how administrative rules, regulatory process are discovered. INEC is the one who acts. When you go to the court will look at the facts and say, we defer to INEC. And what the principle establishes, once INEC acts reasonably, rationally, legally, the court defers to them and says, well, INEC has acted, and I think it's reasonable, so foreclose. So if INEC says it's not you, after due process, then you have to do a lot of work to convince the court that INEC was wrong. So in the sense, we're not in a theater of the unknown or certainty, where lawyers are just run up and down the staircase, collecting order here and there. Wike collects his own because he is entrenched in federal Abuja. The other guy flips to the state where he has control. So all these are induced order. So if you sit back outside this theater of the absurd, you say, what's going on here? These guys are just buying up judgment. Because why should courts find themselves issuing very contradictory decisions on very simple matters? There's a party, there's a chairman, there's a board of BOT. Now, look, the other guys in Ibadan, in my own factual assessment, if I was to decide, they are the better guys. I tell you why. The BOT that Mwabara chairs has been there for over 3 years. Yeah. Suddenly you construct a new BOT in an office of APC office. Factually, it can't just happen that way. So oftentimes, the facts, the INEC, the courts are not thinking through the courts, the facts. This is a BOT. You have NWC. You have NEC. And the Supreme Court says, rightly too, that we don't decide leadership of.
I was going to come to that because, again, the PDP, who are holding their convention in Ibadan, says that according to the ruling of the Supreme Court, courts don't have the right to interfere in party processes.
That's a wrong way of reading it.
Okay.
The right way is this. And the Supreme Court sometimes causes problems because the Supreme Court is usually very poorly theorized decisions. They don't think through it and communicate it well. It's wrong to say, oh, the party got together when that's not true. The constitutional power of judicial review, it goes through the whole length. So this is the proper position. The court, and the Speaker has made that before, writing from Honora case, the court does not select leadership for the party. It's a political decision. But what the court does is to watch and make sure the parties follow their rules and make their decisions. They chose those rules. So the court can still look at, if somebody goes to the court and say the wrong process, the court has the right to look at it. So the court in a motor show has the right to look at the matter. But the court's approach would be to say, what's the process of making a decision internally? After that, who is the next place? The regulator, not the court. The court waits to see what the regulator says, and the court reviews that. So if I was a judge, I would be keen to say, okay, you guys are quarreling over leadership. Just like if there are two boards in a bank, say, oh, we are the board of directors. They go to the central bank. The central bank makes that finding. The central bank says, change the board, this is the board. You can go to the court and say, CBN didn't do what is right. Actually, it should be this. So the point is this. The way the courts look at this matter is they create the impression that there's no way to know the process except courts intervene by issuing order. The party exists. Up until 2-3 weeks ago, there was a party. Up until 2-3 weeks ago, there was a BOT, there was NWC. I mean, optics, we see Anyanwu and Wadaram and
Mohammed,
the guy who is the
new interim chairman.
The chairman who became chairman now. They've been working as chairman and secretary and going on back. Then something must have happened in a few days. So if I was looking at the facts as they have happened, I would say, it looks to me that in Ibadan is where the party, as party, institutionally, is there. It looks to me as there are some questions of people who are not happy with that outcome who are not there. So it's not for the INEC to say, INEC should be there on everywhere. INEC will not come back at home and make a decision and say, look, after review of this process, this is INEC's decision. Because INEC, look, in the theory of judicial deference, and the Supreme Court, the US Supreme Court was very clear, we're not experts. INEC is the guy who has the
data,
the ground zero
of each part
of everything. The courts are off there. So the courts look at the law. And the first one ask themselves that, did INEC make the right decision? If they did, the court says, you know what?
All right.
We defer, yeah.
Before I let you go, two issues, from what I've understood, as it is today, the convention stands right.
It seems to me that's the right point.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay. It looks like some could say that PDP has woken up, not just with conducting their convention, but the expulsion, of course, you know, of the FCT minister and about how many others, Ayof Ayoshe and some others. And some have argued that this should have been done long ago, but somebody said it's better to be late
than never.
Than never. Okay. So what do you make of that decision?
First, I would think that there must be a rule process for terminating membership for a party constitutionally. I mean, it can't be just happenstance. And again, I heard Dr. Olobade George say, you know, these guys took the party to court. I think generally, most parties abhor, you know, people taking the party to court. You're supposed to exhaust internal processes and all that. So it's for them to decide whether what Wike and others are likely to have done constitute grievous offense. If they do and they trigger their process. And again, the convention is the highest decision-making organ of the party, followed by the NEC, BOT is the conscience of the party, the NEC, the NWC, and then that one. So if this is a properly constituted NEC convention, as I said, the last order from the court seemed to say so. Then if they take action, due process action, and they expect these members, that it has legal validity. That the problem is that, and again, if you look at these people what they say to have expelled, the problem with this party development since 2023 is that I don't understand how party leaders can deliberately be working against their party for too long. I mean, you can't be the leader of the party and you're holding meeting in APC facilities, and anybody who is objective will say, convince me that these guys are actually in this party. So it would have been nice for them to be in the same place debate and quarrel over these issues. Maybe at the convention, somebody says no, appeal to BOT, BOT says no, you can go to NEC, INEC, go to court. Members can go to court and so, but it shouldn't be that, oh, you guys seem to be working against the party. So, yes, everyone is fighting for political interests. Makinde is fighting for political interests, Wike is for political interests. But if I was a PDP member and looking at the structure, I would say that much of the institutional guys are on this in a battle. And like I say, the BOT has been acting, Josephine Anene, well, but all these guys have been there for the past 5 days. You can't just tell me that in the next 2 weeks, last 2 weeks, they were changed.
And there's a process anyway for getting a BOT.
Exactly. That doesn't. So the weight of evidence, but ultimately, the Court of Appeal and Supreme Court will go back to the gate to look at it. They are building themselves up to illegal. And right now, it's not clear who will come top. For now, I think the guys in the battle have,
It would be interesting with what you have said to have INEC, to debrief them on what you have said and see what they will say.
They should decide themselves in the system more strongly.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Amadi, there on the PDP crisis. Thank you for being here. Always interesting discussing with you.
Thank you.